Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, June the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And can I get a couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and that you can see my screen, please? Okay, thank you. William, you're late. Okay, guys, so yeah, I did take a short on that APRE. Again, if you've been following me for a while, you know I'm very biased against these little bios when they release phase one, phase two information. There's a lot of action in the pre-market. Now, this did not go down as far as I thought it would. I actually took this short right around here when it broke down through 7 the second time, 795. And I really thought, man, are we gonna really start to fill in this gap? It didn't quite work. Covered most of it at 660, so 695 to 660. Still kind of my bias is still short on this one, but we'll have to see once this market opens. And that is APRE. I saw $4.25 real for apron, a blue apron, APRN, $4.25. That's what I saw anyway. Speaking of which, yeah, gap down for apron, APRN. A gap down on their financing news. So it's just above the financing. Wrapped, they have done their financing. They said they were going to do one, and now the price is out. So RAPT 35.19 is their financing price. So it's a little bit under the financing price, but $1. I don't know if this is the newest entry or if it's been there before, but ARVL now, the WSBers have got a hold of this one, ARVL. I guess they popped it up after hours, continued here all the way up to 25 something, pulled back a bit. We don't have any flown information on it. I think I checked another source. I think it was something like, I don't know, 18%. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, 18.5%. And also, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, our provider has their information, others have theirs. You know, it's with these ones, especially when they're when they're registered at any rate in a foreign country. I don't know. Maybe it's difficult to get this information. That's easy. There we go. You're talking about your first day with Trade Ideas? Yeah, before you do anything else, in terms of setup or anything else, excuse me, this is my recommendation. I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons. It gets you a little bit familiar with what we have to offer, just some of the basic features, top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay? I would really, if you haven't done this already, I would really recommend you do that before you get started, okay? And I have an education section, another education sector. Are you new to trading? No, okay. Then I really recommend you just take a look at that. It won't take you 20, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days. Sunny, because they can't. There's a lot of routines that are going on with our software that are not completed by 4 a.m. Eastern time. So, I mean, they're looking at ways, but at this point, there's just no way to do it. Let's see, SPI is gapped up. Is it holding? Not terrible. It's about $1 down from the highs, SPI. Don't see any specific news on it. Actually, I do see, okay, introduces EV charging solution. So this is an EV play. I'm just going to get to AUVI. Some severe rippage this morning. Look at this. So this is still continuing. So this is a low float situation, 4 million in the float. They did have some news. Well, Sonny, nothing I can do about it. So, you know, I hear you. Because I'm on the West Coast, so I'm not getting up at 1. But I do get up at 4. I seem to find enough, you know, when I want to do some pre-market work. But I do hear you. But there's nothing we can do about it. Tal and EDU guys getting thumped today. Morgan Stanley, is it Morgan Stanley? Yeah, Morgan Stanley has downgraded them both, again, over regulatory concerns. Tal, they put a price target of 21.50 for Tal, whereas EDU has already reached their price target. EDU has already reached, they put 860. And Ford, not the car company, but FORD, is up because, I don't know who Chipolo is, but some kind of a distribution deal that they've signed. Must have done it after hours yesterday, 474. It's pulled back quite a bit, still up 20%. Low float, 6.6 million in the float. So we'll see what happens once the market opens. And GNSS, this is just as I was entering the room. GNSS. Yeah, look at this. Big topping tail, 768 all the way down here. So I don't know about this one. This is just giving it up. Some kind of a, all I could see was $9.7 million follow-up on program. So it doesn't look that. Was this shortable? Shoot, this was shortable. Oh, what a short. So guys, listen, I'm happy to report with the new build now. When I say the new build, that's 5.5, but I was given another build yesterday afternoon, an upgrade to it. And it looks like, if you can see right here, it looks like the column situation has been resolved somewhat. Still have this issue here with the last columns and top lists, you know, being wide, but, and here's the big but, I'm able to now adjust the column sizes for price and symbols and all that, relative, sort of the same way as before. So I think we're getting very close to releasing it. I'm going to put it through its paces today and make sure there are no other types of issues and report back to development. Good morning, those of you, Fergal, that's right, Irish, Fergal, and Drew in our YouTube room. Ken, if you're wondering about Ken, is a buyout. That's why it's flatlined right across here. This is a buyout. All right, I just want to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything of interest. All right, I'll get the upgrades in first. Interesting. NCLH is being, some of the NCLH and RCL being upgraded by Wolf Research. And CCL. So some upgrades for the cruisers by Wolf Research. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Not too many of them. Not too many downgrades either. There's Sage being downgraded. That was a big one yesterday. And I see the two downgrades for TAL and EDU by Morgan Stanley. All right, there you have it. From briefing.com, a few upgrades, a few downgrades, not too many of each. Yeah, my bias is still to short APRE. Probably see if it has another break under 7, maybe 684 or so. Let's see if it really takes out 7. So I have to admit, I was a little disappointed. I thought maybe, man, this is really looking good and it's going to continue down. I was hoping maybe to get closer to 6, but anyway, wasn't bad. 695 to 660. Pretty quick one. A lot of Harvard grads. Yeah, ARVL is, I think it was at the top of the list. Second, guys, just get this last bit of the coffee poured out. Give me a moment. You're looking at the same sort of list, Real? Wow, a new world record. Pitbull in the room 3 days in a row. Oh, I see. Okay. It's too dangerous for me in there, so I don't go. Okay, I'm kind of watching DraftKings here, guys. DKNG weakening a little bit. DKNG is weakening a little bit. Because I got up to almost got up to 50. Of course, this was in the news yesterday. Hindenburg putting a scathing report about them, suggesting black market activity. I'm sure they do. Any short seller out there that is, they're all the devils. How can I sell a car that I don't own? Hence, how can I sell a stock that I don't own? All right, I'm just kind of checking. Oh, Wrapped. I don't know if I mentioned. Yeah, I did mention Wrapped. So let's see how it's doing in relation to its financing. 35.19 financing, so it's still quite below actually the financing price. RIPT. Excuse me, they raised a whack of money. It's funny, I didn't see that from briefing.com. Obviously, there are a ton more upgrades and downgrades that are available. I do see EVRG from Goldman. I didn't see MAXR. How's EVRG doing? EVRG. So that was an upgrade from Goldman. Yeah, well, it's taking a little bit of an effect here. EVRG. Not very much volume, but that is an upgrade by Goldman. I want to take a look at the MAXR. So it is above the high of, it is not quite above the high of last week, which was 37.11. I guess if it could take that out, then it could start challenging that 40.25. Takes out the 37.11. There's 40.25. It's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. You mean how to get my link? Yeah, just go to the Find My Homepage right there, the tab. Okay, Find My Homepage tab and then click on the link. And here's what you'll see. And then here is the scan section. Click here, and here's the layout that I'm sharing, the one that you see, plus all the other individual scans that I've created. Okay? Okay, PDSB. This got thumped yesterday, guys. PDSB got really hammered yesterday, and is trying to get a little bit of a comeback going here. It's a low float, 17 million in the float, so it is a low float situation. You know, I'm just looking at Riot and Mara. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing today. I'm sure it's underneath 40,000 again. But I'm just looking at Riot and Mara. Yeah, so Bitcoin must be taking a bit of a thump here. It's funny, I've got clean energy on the way down here, CLNE. But now it's, yeah, well, it was anyway. This is when I first saw it, right down here, 1061. APRE, APRE is kind of holding. AMPG, let's take a look at AMPG. Yeah, it's an interesting break yesterday on the daily chart for sure. Maybe a continuation. Looking left in the monthly chart, 610. 610 was the next high looking left, so it's taken that out. And the next high looking left is way up here at 1375. Yeah, it could be interesting. It's a high short float percent and a low float. Yeah, it could be interesting. AMPG, good catch. The reason why I don't see some of these is that, when I'm looking here, I'm sort of, your eyes are always drawn to the ones that are up the most. And, I'm sure this one is down here. And I didn't have time to do sorting as I normally sort on the short float percent, just to see what could be, as I call it, buried down here that I don't see. Give me a moment here. You need our premium service, but yes, then you turn all this. You need our premium service. Well, I'm assuming you do have your premium service. So you have the AI. You can try it. We don't recommend that, but that's the way to do it. If you want to see how it would work, you can always do it in simulation mode. Just have to turn make sure you're checked simulation. And then make sure you turn all the strategies on. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on here, guys. This is some kind of a bug. All these duplications, I don't know what's going on. I have to bring this to their attention, but you have to have the Holly tab up here, which I can't, if I can find it. I don't know if you've seen the video, Nathaniel, but all that is covered in this video. Okay, the second video. There we go. So you have to turn all the strategies on, okay? You have them here, and then you just right click and enable them. And see what happens. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I want to get set for the open. Just have to minimize a couple of windows here, or minimize my docking. All right, so APRE is still holding tough here. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. So we're now open. Let's see what the some of the early alerts. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Well, APRE on the move, guys. APRE. This is on the move. Let's take a look at that PTGX that Real has been talking about with their financing. 37.75. Okay, it's starting to maybe drift down towards it. All right, so far nothing's happening in my momentums or options or even the basic new highs. Nothing happening yet. What's the market doing? Market's up a little, and tech's up a little, Dow's down a little. Basically, the market's flat. Of course, I think today is FOMC, I believe. Now, for those of you following RIDE, well, it's hard for me to tell you which one. I mean, I've got several windows. These are all just ideas, okay? They're just ideas. It's the minutes, the Fed minutes that happen. I don't know if it's actually. Usually, it's actually, it's usually on a Wednesday. Well, I don't know if it's now any more. It used to be the third Thursday, or I could say maybe the third Thursday in a month. But anyway, it's the minutes. Powell comes out and talks about the economy and stuff. It's at 2 o'clock though, if it's happening today. Look at APRE. Wow. There we go. There's one. APRE. So it's definitely wrong about this one. I thought it would pull back a lot more. It's only phase 1, phase 2, but hey. It is today. That's what I thought it was today. If you really want to, it's FOMC, by the way, not FMOC. So if you really want to get a detailed explanation, just Google it, FOMC. All right, well, I'm somewhat stunned, but here we go. Here's APRE, actually showed up in the option scanner too. Man, for those of you following Hertz in the pink sheets, HTZGQ, it's having a bit of a run here. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15, let things settle down just a little bit. So good. Everything is good, guys. I don't know if you remember. Now, we'll have to see on this one. This is maybe a little bit tighter, but you know, I had all these issues with trying to see the price. I trying to expand the columns and all. They gave me a new build yesterday afternoon. It seems to have fixed all that. So I think we're getting closer and closer to releasing this version that has containers, etc. Yeah, my bias is so against this APRE. Sorry guys, if you're long it. I mean, it's even though I know it showed up on my option scanner, but ORPH, yeah. Yeah, guys, be awfully, awfully careful if you're going to try to trade this one. It's not a good spread right now. Well, actually, spread is tightening, but let's see, FRHC. Somebody in our YouTube room is pointing that one out. Yeah, that was a wild 15-minute candle. Is it for real? Low float, boy, you got to be really careful on this one. 15 million in the float for a $62 stock, and I bet you that the spread is awful. Yeah, not a good spread. Okay, I see the RBLX. Yes, this is a look underneath here, guys. And if you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about. Look underneath here. Wow, this has got a lot of room. And in the first 15 minutes, things can get pretty crazy. That's why I typically sit it out. Look at Ford go, guys. Now Ford, kind of a deal, Chipolo deal, not Chipotle, but Chipolo deal distribution. So you look left on this one. What's the float? Wow, 6 million in the float. So looking left here, 399. This has room maybe to the 4 level before it's going to encounter some resistance. And RKDA just popped in here. Also, RKDA, another low float, 20 million in the float. Boy, this used to be up here. Man, Arcadia. I remember Arcadia. Wow. Oh, the mighty is fallen. All right, so I know that Ken just showed up in the option scan, but this is a buyout, okay? So I wouldn't get too excited about it. This is a buyout. You can just see, look at flatlining right here. Yeah, if it's a few days ago, I made a change. I mean, when you say a few days ago, I don't know how long a few days ago is, but the new layout should have all this. If not, then just load the individual window, the basic new highs and lows. I know that has it. I did make some change. I basically changed things instead from the close, everything's now from the open. Again, you know, it's just a template. I mean, you can. So I mean, if you're all you have to do, if you have my layout up and running, and you do want to make it exactly like mine in terms of the filters, just right click, okay, configure. If you can take either a screenshot of this, but this is what I've got now between $1 and $20. That's the same. I think the current volume is the same. This was the big change. It's up or down 4% from the open instead of the close. And that's for all of them, okay? And the number of alerts is 45. That's for all of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Ford. The symbol for Ford is F, Rob, not Ford. I don't know if you're kidding or not. Look at the volume it came in. APRE, I have to see what is its float. Yeah, so it's a very, wow. I mean, this is, I mean, you got to watch this too. I mean, this is a low float situation, 14.8 million in the float. Plus, it's a high short float percent, 28%. So, you know, the shorts are getting a little, I mean, look, there could be a lot of shorts up in this area here. So, yeah, they see this little pop. Maybe they're not getting too excited yet, but depending on where they shorted from. But if I were short, even if I were short for, you know, up here, I'd be getting a little bit worried. All right. Oh, I see some of the memers are getting kicked today. BlackBerry is on the way down here, BB. Look at DraftKings. I mean, this has been all over the place. Boy, with that float and that short float percent, and let's take a look. Let's look left on that weekly chart to see what the next high is. The next high is up around 840 or so, 846. So still has some room on that weekly chart. Look at the volume. 48 million, 14 million in the float. Just do some simple math. It's about, what, 3.5 times the float? I mean, look at the volume. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, this includes the pre-market also, the 49 million, but there's 32 right there. No halts yet. Okay, Wrapped, guys. Wrapped is now approaching the financing. 35. Oh, wow, I'm sorry. It is way below the financing. So shareholders existing and new are not happy with this financing at 35 for Wrapped, RAPT. It might, but it is strong. I mean, again, with that high short float percent and the float itself, I'm sorry, not GPRE. That's not bad though. um, APRE. All right, PRTK, I'm getting alerted on the way down here. PRTK, ooh, underneath 9. Also, look left. Little bit of room, maybe. I mean, there's the low in the daily chart, 866. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were more down here. But, you know, there it is. I mean, it's just below 9 now. There's another little move down. I would have loved to have shorted this. I just holding off because of that 866 right there. I mean, it could stall right there. Watch this PRTK just continue down. It'll be without me. I just didn't like that right there, but that may not be enough to hold it up. Well, unless they've announced something else for Kin. I mean, Kin is a buyout, so let's see, has it moved at all? So yeah, so it's a buyout. I'm not sure what they're saying. So they're downgrading it after a buyout. Okay, well. Yeah, all those, not all of them, but Wolf Research, I noticed, getting all over the cruisers this morning. Boy, yeah, look at this. I mean, just cannot gain traction. Oh, there's the Corsair now. This was the big star yesterday from the Wall Street Bets crew. Big meme stock yesterday. I mean, guys, I mean, this was up to, for no reason, just they wanted it, $43, but it's sold. I'm sorry, this was yesterday. I guess that was the day before. Must be confused. That was the day before. What are we, Wednesday? So that was Monday. And then yesterday it kind of fell and it's continuing down now. It's a problem, guys. They're now looking at a lot of different stocks, and once they their attention turns elsewhere, this is what can happen. As opposed to when they just had a few stocks and they were just constantly propping up those stocks. Well, guys, I may be wrong about the PRTK. This may not hold it. 866, it doesn't look like it's going to hold it. And we have a halt. MTSL just got halted. MTSL just got halted, guys. And let's see what the float. Wow, low float. 2 million in the float, so it just got halted. Ah. Well, I just thought this might hold it, and not even close. PRTK continues down. It would have been an awesome short, just under 9. Yeah, an extraordinary meeting. So I'm surprised this is not halted for news. This is what I think Zach is talking about. This is the news. Extraordinary general meeting, the shareholders to approve the merger. Well, let's take a look at RKDA, guys. RKDA showing up in the option scanner. And looking left, 321, 319, 347. This has some room. Low float, 19 million in the float. All right, guys, let's see if RKDA has any drive left. How do I get it? Well, let's see. First of all, I want to see if that news was in our news tab. It's possible it would have been there. No. So I have an Interactor Brokers, and they've got a great great headline news. So that's what I use. All right, guys, APRE, I'm not in it, unfortunately. I'm not in it, this short APRE. This looks, it looks a little ominous now. What's the market doing? So the market is drifting down, so the Dow's down a little. We have a little bit of that disconnect going now with tech up. SPY's down basically flat. Dow is down a little, so we have a little bit of disconnect again going in the market. High flyer earlier, AUVI, completely fizzled out. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to show some of our guys something here. All right, sorry guys, just we have a little internal discussion going on. I'd love to take that APRE short. The problem is it's too late for me. You know, it is underneath 7 right now, but I feel like I'm just kind of chasing it right now. And we have a halt. Now this home was supposed to be a buyout or a merger of some sort, right? I can see it right there. Ah, boy, there's the APRE just going down here. So home is just got halted, and this is because of news. Because I think this merge, I think they had to agree in this merger a couple of days ago, and my guess is that it's off. Or wait a minute, Williams Sonoma Partners unveils a new. No, forget it, forget it. Yeah, GNSS probably. Yeah, I added this one just in case it could take out this 620 level, but I don't know. I mean, it's at 593 right now. The GNSS. I've looked at that weekly chart. That well, maybe if it keeps gaining some traction, if it takes out that 620 level, then it's got some room to get to 7. Doesn't look like. Looks like that's going to block it though. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking at the Arcadia. It doesn't look like it wants to keep moving. Again, sort of the theme for the last few days. You know, some of these ones that pop instead of continuing the trend. Now I'm going to give it a little more time to see if it can take this out. 317 to get into this trade, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm just looking at that AMPG. That did nothing. All right, so Cat B, let's see, 251, fairly low float, you know, pretty high short float even. CATB, what was the high in the pre-market was 266. And it did hit a high of 313 yesterday after hours, so this could get going. ZGNX on the move. This is from a momentum scanner. So what do we have looking left here? 1878. So it's a little bit above that high, but I don't know. It looks like there's a lot of resistance in this area here, which is very close. Now, this could be a relatively long halt for home. Yeah, guys, I'm just not seeing a lot of continuation in the things I'm looking at. I don't mean there's no continuation anywhere, but some of the smaller ones anyway. Yeah, I'm just the option scanner. Yeah, today is the day to just fade, I guess. Or so far, I mean, this is very choppy, pretty choppy. Even the SPY, you know, look at it, had a little move up, and then the market opened down, but we've got some topping tails, bottoming tails, so direction unknown. Yeah, this is showing up now, AVXL on my momentum scanner. Now, this was the one from 2 days ago. Huge day. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff that we look at, Mr. Keith, is, you know, usually somewhat oblivious to what the overall markets do. Yeah, so Amy, it's a buyout. That's why. It's a buyout. That's it typically happens. You see it flatlining, so that means it is a buyout. Alf from yesterday. Now this got halted on the way up, or got okay, Alf guys. Alf got halted, and of course this actually in the after hours yesterday got all the way up to 750. This could be really interesting today again. ALF. A little too extended for me on these on the 15, but this base is just a little bit here. AVXL. What's the high looking left yesterday was 2032, so it would have some room. I mean, they had some great news a couple of days ago. So, Amy, did you hear my answer to you? The question was, you know, why is KIN doing what it's doing? KIN. Oh boy, well, alt was definitely. I'm looking at my option, my momentum scanner. So I see alt was 1498 was the initial trigger right here. Alt. I missed that one. Well, this is going to be interesting when this opens. Alpha opens. $7 was the high yesterday, so it's at 703. It did get up to, what did I say, 750 after hours yesterday. What a surge it had after, right as the market was closing. Look at alt go, guys. Boy, I missed that one. Now, when I say miss, I mean here is the original alert at 1498. Love the containers. I think we're close. Though, I mean, the other guys just seem to be having problems, but I've been trying to use it a lot. Give me a moment, guys. Wow, alt, big miss. Big miss by me. 1498, there's a dollar. There's a dollar move for that one. Gosh, okay, guys, listen, you're on your own on the ALF. It just resumed. Again, guys, you're on your own on the ALF, okay? I don't typically do what I've done, but wow. And that's a big wow. I've taken some off now. Again, I can't, when this came out of the halt, this was just I don't typically do what I did. But it impressed me that it was above yesterday's high. It's crazy low float. Traders are, all over this one. And man, we've got another halt. So again, I can't remember, seriously, I cannot remember the last time I played a stock out of the halt and just sort of blindly took it. I mean, I don't often do that. I cannot remember the last time. That got the blood going, guys. Now we're looking at 846, 846. No idea where this is going. Okay, well, let's see where this is going off the halt. I'm going to have to pay attention to it, obviously. I don't want it to completely collapse, but I'm in this level here down to the 740s. It halted at 711. Sorry, halted at 703, resumed at 711. I looked at it for a bit. I said, take it. I almost said another word. But, I can't, you've got to be on your own these because... this when it comes out of the halt, it could just, completely tank. And alt, wow. I mean, we had two. Remember I was saying there's no continuation? Well, I guess I was wrong on the alt, that's for sure. There was continuation on the alt. And the Maxar, sorry, I can't even look at it. Well, I can. Yeah, nice. Wow, great continuation. Nice call, Real. So that's the Goldman upgrade. Well, again, nothing's guaranteed, of course, but right now, 850 for Alf, okay? Right now. But I'm going to have my finger on that sell button so quickly. Well, not so quick. It's on the sell button. So if it is a 5-minute halt, let's just take a look. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will be 1017 plus 27 plus 25 seconds. You can see the first one was it was halted at 10:04, open at 10:09 plus 52. So if it's another 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:17 plus 25 seconds. So I have to pay really close attention to that. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers either. Meanwhile, OPT, guys, OPT was halted also. Wow. Alt. This was a, is it shortable? It is shortable. Anyway, I gotta pay attention to the ELF. Well, I don't know where you bought it, but I mean, I doubt it's going to gap down a huge amount. But make sure you've got your finger on your sell button, just in case. All right, well, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. We've got it at 25 seconds. So we're at 14, so another 10 seconds if this is going to be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're open. Okay, I've got rid of some. Wow, I didn't get it. It is just flying around here. Holy smokes! I was trying to get rid of some on top, and it just blew right down. So I did not get the fill. Okay, I was able to get some out, most of it now at 8:30, guys. So very frantic. I don't have very much left. You guys were watching that time in sales, and man. Whew. So I have just a little bit left, just in case. Where I'll exit, probably where I bought it at 742. I don't have very much left, but I have just a piece left, just in case it does absolutely something insane, more than it's already done. All right, I can throw some water in my face and. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever traded Apple. Sorry guys, I am. Boy, Alt, what a great. Now it's in the option scanner. It's actually in the option scanner. And as always, Mr. GME is having its crazy day. What did Alt do? Is there news on them? Achieves 5.4% weight loss, surpassing previous. So, all right. So, but it's early stage trial. What phase is it? Early stage trial of overweight volunteers. Okay, fess up. Who was in that trial from the room? What a day already, my goodness. Always I say that, I know. But it's true. Okay, guys, 10:21 already. I mean, that's how fast it's gone in that almost that first hour. So, seeing that it is at 10:21, welcome to the room if you are new to this trading room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my homepage, chock full of information. All right, so when you click on the link, and here's my tab also, so you can take a look at my, because that link, eventually we'll have a lot of posts, you won't see the link, but my link is always here. Barry's homepage, here's the tab within this trading room. So you click on it and click on my link. And this is what you'll see. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans for you. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. And standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. Last 2 days, the AI had two great days. Today, well, you know, it's still early, but I mean, obviously the RBLX did not drop. But anyway, it's still early. You don't have to take on an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. I would really recommend, if you don't know our product, do not take on an annual subscription. Okay, you can always start off with a standard. And if you like it, you know, you can always upgrade later. But start off with a standard, either standard or premium, but on a monthly. Do not start off with an annual subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be today. Now, these 2 sections here have a lot of information. That's why I'm always saying, save my link. There's a lot of information here. So if you save my link, you can always look at all of this later on. Here is the scan section. There is the layout that I'm sharing. This is what you see. And I also have created individual scans. So if you have a layout already, you don't necessarily want my layout, but you might want to take a look at the individual scans that I've created. This is what I use in the pre-market. As an example, my gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These 4 I use in the pre-market. Education. Big education section here. So, if you are new to Trade Ideas, really recommend you take the 20 lessons. It starts off with, you know, well, downloading it, and then, but what is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them. Okay? Alt has just gone bananas. So a lot of information here. Will not take you 20 days. It's all text-based, but I really recommend that before you do anything else, is you take a look at, you know, how do you do some of the basic things within Trade Ideas. If you don't have our program, you can still look at this so you can get an idea about what we have to offer. You will hear me refer to a YouTube room. There is another room that I monitor at the same time as this. It's the same format. They see my screen, hear me. But there's, you know, I always talk about this room as being the main trading room. It's just a lot more action in it. I do take a break. Look at Alt. I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. He'll take over between 12 and 1. Before I leave on my break, I will pop that link into the room. So if you want to head over to YouTube, you can do that while I'm on my break. The free trading room, this is the one you're in here. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. This is the Wednesday webinar is the one I help out on. It's put on by Dan and Brad, a couple of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, and I help out. Educational videos. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch. Here is more of a blurb on the AI. And this is a pretty cool 36 vid series, guys. If you're brand new to trading, and I mean brand new, it starts you off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, great little series for you, all free, and some trading ebooks that we created. So, you know, a lot of information on my home page. So save the link, and you can take a look at all this at your leisure. All right. Now, just an explanation for those of you who are new of what Trade Idea is. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. Pretty simple. Right click, configure. This is how you, most of our windows, virtually all the windows, if you right click, you're going to get a context menu coming up like configure. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. Stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open. Okay, these are the filters that I've put in. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high, intraday high, or a new intraday low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Now, you don't have to. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. Now, if you looked at this and you thought, well, I don't like that price range, no problem. You just go ahead and change it. You know, you want to, it stocks between 10 and 100. Whatever. You want to change the, you want not as much from the open or more from the open. I mean, you can go ahead and change it. Of course, you can add your own filters as you get used to using Trade Ideas or taking a filter out. This is a template. That's all it is. It's what I use. But of course, if you load it, you can make changes if you want. Now, we as a company decided a long time ago in 2003, I wasn't around then with the company, but that most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So we said, okay, how about we do this? Here are all the alerts that we've created. I'm not going to go over them all, but there are a lot of alerts, and these, when you get to these icons, these are the filters. So we feel we have created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the scan that they're looking for. Okay, so you do not have to learn a programming language. What link are you talking about, Zed? Oh, my homepage link? I posted it up here. Barry's homepage, it's called. Okay. Or Z. So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Excuse me, you can use Trade Ideas. Excuse me. And again, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about our AI. If you have our premium service, you click on new. This is what I would do. My recommendation, don't make it hard on yourself. Don't worry about all the nuances that you can get into with looking at the AI. This is what I would do. From the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you will see. Notice there are only 2 trades right now. Okay, obviously the RBLX did not work. And the MX, working a little bit. I have to see if what happens later on. But I mean, this is early. But this is what you'll see. This is all I would look at. I wouldn't care about, whether it's Holly Neal, Grail, 2.0. Don't even ask me what they mean. It's irrelevant. Okay? I wouldn't even worry about the strategies that they come from. Why did these trigger? I hate to be flip about it, but who cares? Just have this window up and running. You'll have an entry price. You'll have a stop price. How you manage it will be up to you. Well, you can use any broker, Nathan, but I'm talking about you know, I think you're saying you can, I'm not talking about Brokerage Plus. Okay, I'm going to get to Brokerage Plus right now. But you can use any, I mean, we're a scanner. I mean, that's what we are. Before we had Brokerage Plus, you know, I mean, we were a scanner and you could use any broker with trade ideas. But, yes, just a second here. So what you see here, this window that we call Brokerage Plus. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, or you have an E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade those two accounts. But again, listen to me very closely. If you don't have either of those two accounts, it doesn't matter. You can't use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, but so what? You know, you can. We're still a scanner, and you would just trade from within your own broker's platform. That's all. So those are the only two brokers it works with. The link I posted. Okay, so Marcus, I just posted a link called Brokerage Plus. The first link shows you how to, well, if you're going to be in simulation mode, the second video that you see goes into all the ins and outs about trading like you're talking about, okay? I don't go over it in any detail because the video is very good, I think. It's about 24 minutes long, created by Michael Noss, who's a real expert at using this. So you might have other questions, so I would really encourage you to watch the video. The first video in that link shows you how you can connect your E-Trade or IB account if you want a live trade. So this Brokerage Plus window that you see here is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, listen to me very carefully. You know, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, yeah, you can't use this window we call Brokerage Plus. Doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We have what we call an external linking tool, and we link with many brokers. All right, and linking just means this: instead of you're having to type the symbol in all day long, you know, if you're like me, you're clicking on a lot of symbols. If you can establish the link with your broker, then it'll link into your order entry and from within your broker your trade. So that's all it is. It's a time saving. It's just time saving, okay? And if some reason we can't link with your broker, you just have to type the symbol in, okay? Now the other huge reason to use this is in the simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, you guys know what I'm going to say. Practice before you commit money to the market. And how long you practice depends, I don't know, everybody's at a different level of trading, but how long you practice, hard to say, before you can actually commit money to the market. I will say this, if you use our simulator, by the way, uses our real-time data, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. If using our simulator, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trading. Okay? I mean, when you're in the simulator, as I'm going to go over, there's no emotion involved. It's play money. I like to think that you want to take it seriously enough, but let's face it, there is no emotion involved. So if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when using real money. The other part, unfortunately, though, is if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee that you'll make money when you start trading your account. Because when you start trading real money, it's a whole different ballgame. It's, emotion and discipline emotion takes over, and discipline can sometimes just be thrown out the window. So are you talking about my layout, John? Okay, so if you click on, hopefully you can find my homepage tab. It's right up here. You click on Barry's homepage right there, okay? And then when you click on that link, this is what you'll see. And the section here is my scans. So if you click here, here is my layout. Okay, the one you see. Now remember, it's a layout, so make sure if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Because you can only have, as I speak, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. That's going to, hopefully, with this new build, we'll get around that. But right now, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. And of course, here are all the other individual windows, including the momentum up that I'm giving a lot of good alerts, and the option plays. Okay, somebody asked me, I'll just quickly look at that GTAQU. It looks like it's a one of these SPACs. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, it does load into, I don't know what this is. Do a Google search on it. I don't know. I can't tell you. Yeah, I have no idea what this is, so I don't know if it's a SPAC that is supposed to be. And I'm looking at IB, there's no data on it either, so I don't know. I have no idea. Just look it up, do a Google search on it, maybe you'll find something. All right, so using the simulator. So again, as I'm not trying to scare people, but trading is not easy. And it takes time, it takes a lot of effort. Trading is not easy. And Trade Ideas, we're a great scanning tool, but that's what we are. We are a tool. We offer some educational resources to get you started, but it is a tool. So let's just see how the simulator would work. So when you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. let's say you wanted to trade this torch, but you don't want to trade it right now, maybe on a pullback. You know, maybe a pullback down to that 616 level, bottom of those candles right there. I just want to show you how you can do something like that. So you pop this into both these boxes. And click that buy button and look what's going to happen. So a big blue line shows up on the chart. And if it takes the trade, it gets down to 613, that blue line, dark blue line, will fade to a lighter blue line. Okay? You could have done it another way. In fact, it's probably more fun to do it this way. Let's just take the trade if it takes out the high. So all you have to do is you go to your orders and you right click and cancel that order to buy it there. Something is wowing at me. RMBS, guys. RMBS is on the move here. RMBS. So let's just do it the other way. Let's take the trade if it breaks out over here, 678. Again, this is in the simulator. And click the buy button, and there we go. Blue line up here, okay? That's how you do it, okay? You want to take what we call a conditional buy order based on maybe breaking above certain highs or a pullback to a certain area. Oh, that's okay, Drew. I mean, we do have, I see you there on YouTube also. Yeah, I have no idea why that's not showing up, but it's not showing up in any data in IB either, so. All right, now let's take a trade just to show you. We're going to talk a little bit about money management. Ooh. Little activity. Just trying to find something that all right, let's just say I wanted to take this ASTS, okay? Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spread. I want to do something, take a look at another one. All right, let's say I wanted, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. Let's say I wanted to take this Mankind, MNKD, okay? I'm going to take, excuse me, I'm going to take 500 shares of it. I'm going to show you why. And I can go out to the market. There's only a 1 cent spread. So see, it took the trade at 447. I'm going to put a 20-cent stop on it, and you guys know why. To make the math easy. Okay, so there is my stop. Should appear on the chart any moment now. There we go. So why a stop? Well, okay, when you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price so you're going to get out of the trade if it works against you. It's that simple. Don't, hope and pray is not a strategy. So you get out of a trade, move on. So if you're new to trading, this is the hard part, knowing where to put a stop. There are all sorts of theories out there. What I like to do is I like to take a look at a chart and see, okay, I think there's some resistance or some support there. If it broke down through that support level, I'm going to be out of the trade. And that's only going to come with experience. That's what I'm saying. You're going to practice, practice, practice. So there's the first concept, placing a stop. The second concept is, okay, how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it works against me? You know, you have a $5,000 account. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. At least you shouldn't. So let's just say your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. So you'll notice I took 500 shares on this trade. When you get into trading, again, it shouldn't be that, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. Your share size should be dictated by the difference between your stop and your entry price. In this case, is 20 cents. And then you divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. So if it's $100, you divide 20 cents into $100, and what do you get? 500 shares. I just tried to make the math super simple. So conversely, if it moves down to 427, it takes me out 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. I know it says 97.50. There's a bit of a rounding error. Okay, so that is the concept, guys. That's what you have to get your head around. Placing a stop, and then placing a stop, determining how much money you're willing to risk on the trade if it works against you. And then the third and almost the most important aspect of it is obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop, especially, you've been practicing for a while and now you're so keen and eager to take that first trade and it starts working against you. And you refuse to obey your stop for whatever reason. Maybe you start second guessing where you put your stop. Or you start thinking, this can't be doing this because I've heard so many great things about the company. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving it down and down and down as the price keeps approaching your new stop levels. So instead of that $100 manageable risk, it may turn into $6,000, $7,000, maybe even $1,000 before you get out of the trade. So, and you'll kick yourself, and I almost guarantee, I'm not saying maybe as dramatic as going from 100 to 1,000, but it'll happen. You won't obey your stop. So how to counteract that? Of course, just leave your stop in place. Okay, just leave it in place, and that takes all the emotion out of trading. You get stopped out, you move on. So you can do this, of course, if you have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account using our charts. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, your broker will have a similar way of doing things, okay? Meanwhile, look at alt. Holy smokes. Okay, guys, so all I can say is practice, practice, practice. Another low float situation with New Concept Energy, GBR. We've seen this one in the past. Remember this day it got up to 615. Probably coming into some resistance. Look at these topping tails, 562, right around that 560 level. I mean, I'll be super surprised if it pops through that. Well, I'm glad you're saying that, Geronimo, if it's Geronimo, not Geronimo. But yeah, because, you keep emphasizing these are very basic points, of money management. But, if they're not obeyed, you can just destroy your account and that's it. Yes, so Salad, absolutely. So for instance, in this Mankind here, okay? So again, this is in the simulator, right? So yes, my stop is at oh, I see. I have to move this out a bit. Okay, hopefully this is not going to, just give me a moment here. Oh, you know what I can do? Just a second. There we go. So here's my stop. Yes, 426. But so I always say, if I get into a trade and I don't like the way it's trading, I can always exit before I it actually hits the stop. This stop price for me, all my stops, that's the maximum I want to lose. Okay, but if I get into a trade, I just don't like the way it's trading. Starts, this is drifting down. The market is starting to drift down. I might say to myself, you know what? I want to get out earlier. And I can always get back in later if I want to. So for instance, for the Mankind, all I have to do is, these are hotkeys. If I flatten it, that gets me out of the trade. Okay, I could have got out of half the trade, or I could have doubled my position. Okay, so yes, of course you can exit before your stop. For me, the stop is the absolute max I want to lose on the trade. Or did I answer your question? Here's another, Vino, guys. Haven't seen this one for a while. Vino just got halted. The Gaucho Group. Just got halted. Vino got halted. And look at the, wow, okay. Let's see what happens on this. Will I do another one? I'm out of the ALF, guys, obviously. I said it gets down to where I was, where I got it. But look at this one. So if you look left, 545, 568 are the highs looking left on the monthly chart. You got all the way up to 21. This is, 4 months ago? So let me just see. So it's stacking up to be 550, 550 when it comes out, but that can change, of course. Okay, now I'm at the stage right now, I'm not getting too many new alerts. So things are definitely slowed down. They're going to watch this Vino. And the reason why this, if you're understanding how I look at things, look at the weekly chart, look at the monthly chart, look at the daily chart. Well, they don't even have to look at the daily chart really, but look at the monthly and the weekly. Look how much room there is to move if it wants to. Boy, alt is my huge, huge miss of the day. Wow. You could have got here on that little pullback. No, I'm trying to cut down on the number of alerts that I'm getting from the momentum scanner. These are the ones so far today, I believe. Let me make sure. Any more? Yeah, that's it. Which is a little more manageable. Oops. Oh no, what did I do? Still getting used to the... Okay. So this is way less than what I had yesterday at this time, way less. And so if you wanted to mimic this, okay, if you have the momentum up, if you're using it, this is what I'm doing now. The price range is still the same. I think I upped again the current volume to 4. The volume is 350,000. These are the same, the volume bursts. And it's up at least 3% from the open. And I added a count filter, I think. Yeah. Number of alerts today is at least 30. So I added this one last night. Again, my objective is to cut down on the number of alerts. Try to get a little bit more quality than quantity. Well, the stop is not based on 20 cents or 10 cents, or, I mean, I only use 20 cents in this to make the math easy, Silent, okay? That's the only reason, okay? But I mean, you know, if I were looking at a chart, I would be looking at it very, very differently. I'd be looking at areas of support. You know, but that, if you're new to trading, I mean, that's the trick. Some will use a moving average, which is fine also. You know, but I mean, that is the trick, or the I don't know if the trick, but the hard part is trying to figure out where to put a stop. Now, listen, just because you put a stop doesn't mean it's going to hold, of course, where you think a support area is, but that's the whole idea. The trade doesn't work, you get out, you move on. So I only use 20 cents just to make the math simple. That was it. The other thing too, I mean, let's just say I wanted to get into this ALT. Well, I'd almost have to put my stop way down here at the bottom. That's too wide, so I just can't take the trade right now. Okay, I mean, I don't want to get into a $17 stock with a, you know, a dollar, whatever, $1.20 stop. You know, to me, that's just way too much for a $17 stock. So you just have to buy it. You just have to say no. Now, the other thing too is that there will be, I guess we'll call them, there'll be aggressive looking stops, you know, based on lower time frames, like maybe a 2 and a 5 minute, and more conservative stops based on the 15-minute time frame. So, you know, if you ascribe to my theory that, I cannot believe this alt. What do they do anyway? What the heck? Phase 1 trial. Wow. Phase 1. Because there will be different areas of support depending on the time frame you're looking at. Okay, well, again, support where it could be support. So typically, you know, the lower time frames, you know, that support will be closer to your entry. Which, yes, that means you could take more shares. Let's say you're going to risk that $100, and you know the stop is at 20 cents away, so you're taking 500 shares. But what if the stop is on a higher time frame, you know, a little more conservative, is say, you know, 20 cents or 40 cents away, double it. So now you could only say take 250 shares. Okay, but it's a more conservative stop. You may not get stopped out as much, taking fewer shares with a wider stop. If if a person is getting stopped out constantly, then, you know, first of all, you might have to reconsider the strategy that you're looking at. And secondly, you might have to consider widening your stop and taking fewer shares. Interesting, with the AI. I mean, this week has been very, very quiet. We had 2 great days percentage-wise, but very, very quiet in terms of the number of alerts. That kind of tells you something a little bit. Wow, guys, ORPH. Look at this starting to move. No, look, you're on your own. You might, yeah, you're on your own in this one. This is again that crazy Danish bio. If you weren't here that day, it got up to $78 for no reason. So this is just a trade. This is just a trader's stock, but you've got to be awfully, awfully careful. 24 million in the float. How about the other one, guys? What was that other one? Started with the letter G. Was it GSLT or something like that? No. What was that? The other one? I know somebody will know. GLTO. Thank you. GLTO. Take a look at GLTO, guys. Let's see if it's doing the same sort of thing. Yes, it is. This did the same thing as ORPH. It's just a little cheaper. And it is not halted. But look what it did. I mean, that day it got up to 16 or so. And it's another low float situation. Really keep an eye on this one, this GLTO. What's the high looking left here is 561. So you know what? Takes out that high of yesterday. This could start to move. I'm just going to stick an alert there. And it's just a complete sympathy play. No reason for it, okay? Don't start looking for reasons. There's no news on it. It would just be a sympathy play with the ORPH. Zach cannot hear me. All right, guys, here it kind of goes. It'll be interesting to see. You're going to have to pay really close attention to it, depending on how ORPH comes out of its halt. Really? I know I put my mug down every now and then, but again, guys, if you're in the GLTO, you have to be very aware. Let's just take a look at what might happen here with the ORPH. Yes, I don't see a big open yet on the bid ask. I don't see a big one. But no, the microphone base is not on the table. It is suspended right around mouth level. It's just it's a powerful mic, I guess. Well, 11:04:18. So this has got another minute or so before it opens, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Okay, guys, this GLTO, well, it's holding. All right, let's see if this is 18 seconds. There's the ORPH. Five, four, three, 2, 1, boom. All right, guys, there goes the GLTO. It is definitely lagging a little bit. Man, it just got halted again. So got halted again. Two p.m. That is correct, Riley. Well, I know you guys are shorting, trying to short the assault, but holy smokes. Phase 1, my goodness, and it is shortable for me. What a run. Did not, you know what, and look at this. Look at the pre-market, guys. Nothing. I mean, little pop here, but really nothing that was going to provide any sort of a clue that this was going to happen. You know, it's a relatively low float, 32 million. 15% is short. On GLAT, G-L-A-T, is that the right symbol? Oh. Well, I don't put targets so much as you just have to start looking left. You know, so it's above that 561. The next high is 595. So, I mean, you want to call that a target or you want to call that resistance? You know, a little bit of resistance. Obviously, if it popped through 6, then, you know, then you're talking 780 and then way up here. So these are not targets so much as I just look at, I look at resistance areas, potential resistant areas. It's a cat and mouse game with it. It's a, you know, and let's see how this opens. Okay, there's your GTAQU. And so this is okay, that's what I thought. This is a SPAC, okay? So this is a SPAC that opened right now, GTAQU. Drew, you were asking about this earlier. So that's all it is. It's a SPAC. I would forget about it. SPAC, if you're not, look it up. Come on. If it takes out that 6, guys, but we got to keep an eye on the ORPH. Wow, this is going to have a huge open. This is crazy again, guys. This has gone crazy again. So there's the halt again, 11:09:50. So in another 30 seconds or so, this will open if it's a 5-minute halt. I'm seeing 1554. 1554 is a potential bid ask. It's at 1480 now. But my conservative nature, I have taken some of that GLTO out at 590 just in case. I mean, it may just power right through that. There it goes, guys. ORPH just opened. Now don't ask for a reason. There is no reason. Yeah, it just opened. It's a SPAC, Drew. It just opened. You know, you can tell $10. It's just one of these blank check companies. Did they actually have some news? Well, on June 17th? Oh, you mean there's upcoming news for it on the 17th? Oh, okay. I thought your crystal ball was... Hey, and guess what? All right, guys. So I'm all out of the GLTO. You know, it just didn't zoom like the ORPH. Did okay, but you know, it really had to take out that 6 in a big way. And ORPH, is it halted on the way down? Yeah, so it's halted on the way down. So you can see GLTO was following it exactly. So now it doesn't mean it's going to stop, but I'm glad I got out most of it at 590. Whew. Time is it? 11:16. All right, guys. Well, definitely exciting. Let's see. There's one of the Juneteenth stocks, the BYFC. I haven't really seen them ripping yet. Yeah, how do you survive that pull-up way up here? From 658 all the way up to 724. I know it's moving down again, but you get out. Okay. All right, guys. Again, not too many new alerts coming in for me. Which is okay, you know, frantic action always. How did the Vino do? So the Vino is still halted. Oh no, the Vino was halted on the way up. Okay, now it's halted on the way down. And also a word about the simulator. And of course, if you're trading your IB or E-Trade account, notice this GME. This is one that I took yesterday. I kept it in overnight. So that's how you can practice swing trading. I did get out of it actually in the pre-market in the simulator. Okay. So, but that is how you can practice swing trading. If you don't exit a position in the simulator, or of course your IB or E-Trade account, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading also using our simulator. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, you guys trying to short alt. Wow, I mean, this is just severe rippage, guys. I mean, don't use the term that often anymore, but this is severe rippage. And in phase one, wow, I know why the traction is to try to short it. 1852 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second as I change headsets. All right. Okay, so Sinclair, yeah, so that sounds like that's within E-Trade. Have you watched the video? And that's a question that I probably can't answer. You could. We got some guys who use E-Trade a lot and have been testing it. So first of all, I don't know if you've seen the video, number one. I'm not sure that in the video something like that is actually answered, but if not, go to our homepage and ask that question, okay? And see if one of the other traders who actually uses E-Trade. You can ask that question, okay? I just don't have that. Oops, wrong one. Just a second. Yeah, go to our homepage and ask that question. I just don't want to steer you wrong, okay? So we had two opportunities here. There was alt at 14.98 and then in the option scanner 16.15. You know, obviously right off the bat here, but even here you would have thought, wow, it must be too late. Look at this. Yeah, it's kind of beta. But there are about 3 guys at Trade Ideas who are using it, so they'll definitely, you know, be able to help you with a question like that. I've never used E-Trade. You know what I forgot to do? Going my blur, my spiel about Trade Ideas at the very beginning was going over the channel bar. So guys, I mean, I'm hoping we're getting really close, I think, to being able to release this. You know, unless I start to see some really bad stuff happening, you know, but I've been able to, I mean, the major problem was not being able to stretch out columns, the column width, so you could see the price, or if you to do it, you'd have to really stretch out the window and all, you know, a bunch of nonsense. So there is still an issue here that, you know, the last window appears to be stretched out, but I can live with that. You know, I can definitely live with that. But so I think it is way more stable right now. This is this new dock version where you can, you know, where you can take your windows and put them into containers. This is what I've done with this one, okay? But also, it'll get rid of the idea that, you know, our channel bar, if you go to our channel bar, click new and then channel bar, you know you can only have one layout loaded at a time. This now allows you to have layouts well, as many layouts as you want within reason, okay? But for instance, now I can click on the sector status. And so I think this is turning into a really popular channel. This is kind of like a heat map. I mean, it's showing you exactly what's going on with the major sectors. So when we look at the market, tech is up a little bit, Dow's down a little bit, SPY is up a little. I mean, really nothing's much is happening. And again, probably waiting around for 2 o'clock because, the stocks that make up these guys are more the major stocks. ORPH isn't in one of these, okay? Things like that. So anyway, you can kind of take a look at the various sectors, and this is showing you, for instance, right here in industrials, 62% of the stocks that make up the industrials are down for the day, 37 are up. So you can kind of look here. There's materials, 85 are down. I think even more interesting, though, is looking at the ones that are up. Why are they up, whereas the majority of the stocks in the sector are down? So you might want to just click on an alert, on one of the symbols, I should say, and you can kind of see, I wonder what's happening here. Is there news? And conversely, is there a, healthcare? Remember yesterday, I think healthcare was getting beaten up. Today, a bit of a resurgence. But again, let's take a look at what is the worst one. DXCM. These are expensive ones. Or if you want, you can concentrate on the best ones. Best ones in terms of the change from the close. There's CNC. You kind of look at it and go, all right, yeah, that's very good, very good. Okay, is there news? So again, I think this has turned into a very popular channel from our channel bar. And it is available to you right now, just not in this docked version. But notice I can have it up and running and my layout still remains. But that is available right now from the channel bar and called sector status right there. But remember, this is a layout, so save your layout to the cloud first. And real strikes again with the APRE. I hope you guys who are trying to short this alt I don't know what you're doing now. I mean, it's going to be a wonderful short at some point, but wow. This one was an early one. Wow. So what is this doing? I don't think you're real. Let's see if it gets close to 6 even. RMBS, so the alert was at 2147. Hasn't moved that much. But, yeah, so the next high looking left is 2162, and then it's 22. So, there might be a little too much resistance. Not that far away for the RMBS for me to really like to take the trade. No, Kelly. Again, is she not? Okay, Saeed, I want to give me your email address, okay? Not here. I'm going to private message you. Okay, I just opened a private chat with you. Give me your email address and I'll pass it on to her, okay? Okay. Just give me a moment. I'll pass this on to her. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, I just passed it on to her, okay? So she'll definitely see it now. Okay, so paradox. We can just one moment, please, my cat. Just a second. All right, so paradox. You can't open sector status and others yet, but we'll be able to. Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to have your layout remain, yes. So this is what I was doing here. This is this new dock channel bar. All the channels are not in here yet, of course, but not of course, but so I'm not sure I understand your question. So if I go to Buzz. So I'm not sure I understand your question. You could now, if you wanted to. Now, there will be a limitation. I actually asked this question yesterday. So are you talking about then doing something? Okay, so I just put this on another screen. And here's my dock channel bar up again. And are you talking about something like this? I think this is what you're talking about, right? So here are two channels open. Just overlap them a bit. Is that what you mean? Including my layout? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Now, I asked this question yesterday. Until there will be, it could be a real resource hog. Okay, I asked the question yesterday because some of you. I mean, I don't. I only have one layout. Okay, that's it. But I know some of you may have a few layouts, and maybe you use a pre-market layout. Maybe you use a layout, for the first hour. Maybe you use a layout for the afternoon, and maybe you use a layout for after hours. So in theory, here is. I mean, you can't see like everything that I've got in my layout. But if I had another layout that I use, well, I do. I have another layout that I use after hours, okay? In theory, I could create a docked version of that layout and just have the dock version in my main, call it my main layout. The problem is you have too many layouts in your main layout, too many docked layouts in your main layout. It'll be a real resource hog. So, cannot do that. Not yet, anyway. We're still getting our head around that. Yeah, it's nothing to do with your resources. So, But I mean, let's face it. I mean, you know, it's not that hard to just now that you can go to the channel bar and just open a channel and take a look at it without having to, you know, monkey around with saving yours to the cloud. And I mean, it just makes it a lot easier. There'd be no reason to have 4 or 5 channels or layouts open at the same time, in my opinion. But for instance, this is what I've done. You know, on my other monitor, I've actually taken all my charts and put them into a docked window. Okay. I put the AI here. Didn't want to have it on its own, so I just put it with the earnings. You know, so this is another dock window. This is another docked window that I've got. Just try to group things. Another docked window that I've got. And then my big one that I use in the pre-market. So this is the one I use in the pre-market. So they're all docked windows now. Everything I've got is now docked. The only thing I can't dock is this, Brokerage Plus. That's the reason I've actually I've actually got, these are 2 docked windows right now. When I don't know when or if it's going to be available, but when I can dock this, then I can just create one giant one instead of having to split them up. Okay, but I love it because, you know, this is, before I would have to minimize each one of these windows one after another when I was ready to start to open the market, or when market hours 9:30 came around. Now I can just click the minimize, I'm done. The other thing is that I like, look, I mean, because I knew how to pin and all that, I just like the look of it. I just love the look of it. I think it looks so much neater and cleaner, etc. So, yeah, the GLTO is actually moving again. What is the ORPH doing? Is it moving? Yeah, you know, it's hanging in. It did, you know, it had to fall, but it is kind of hanging in. So the GLTO just did not go as crazy. Well, no, it will not capture the pricing from 4. You're talking 4 Eastern time. No, I mean, the top list windows will start populating it, as you know. You already answered your question at 6:45, but that's the price. So it's not capturing. I mean, you can't. You know, our charts don't show it. I'm starting to understand a little bit more why it's difficult. We have run a whole bunch of routines that cannot be done while and then have our live data. I mean, it would require something real, a radical change. Well, TradingView. Well, a scanner? No, not a scanner. No, I don't know. I mean, TradingView, you know, starts. Here's a charting program. I guess you can scan, but not a scanner like Trade Ideas. I don't know. Yeah, well, JJ, I mean, I don't want to say skeptical because I didn't think it would affect me that much because I've been able to pin charts, pin things. It's never gotten me into trouble, so I could load layouts without having to worry about it. But just from an aesthetic point of view, I just love the way it looks now. Yeah, TradingView. Yeah, I have TradingView. And their charts definitely start at 4 in the morning. All right, guys, it's 11:43. So what I'm going to do? Okay, Saeed, Kelly says she got your email, so you should hear something soon. Okay. It's a subscription. Yep. Just go to their. I mean, it's not expensive. Yeah, I've just never really listen. I mean, I know I'm in theory 3 hours late, and I get it. That I guess there are things that, of course, there are things happening between 1 and 3, 1 and 4, or I guess 4 and 7 Eastern time. I don't know. I've just found that for the pre-market stuff that I've been able to do, it's been fine. So I don't really get too bent out of shape with the fact that we don't have that data. But hey, I know there are people that want it, so I just don't know if it'll ever happen. Yeah, I know. The containers has been an ongoing issue. Okay, so what I want to do now is just pop the YouTube link in because I will be taking my break in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you want to head over to YouTube today, and we've switched it up. It used to be Michael Noss always on Wednesdays, but now he's Tuesday, and Steve Gomez is on Wednesdays now. So they've done the switcheroo. Well, Rambus. What can I say? I mean, we had the alert 2125, but I was a little bit skeptical of it taking out this area and just blasted right through. Switch, Dreamer, switch what? I know I said switcheroo. I can't remember what I was talking about, if that's what you're talking about. When you say when did they switch, I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, Steve and Michael, last week. Right, they switched last week. Oh, I don't know. I think one was finding they were going to have a conflict going forward. I really don't know. Well, I think that's it. So they decided they would switch. No, I can answer that, Angela. So if you right click on an alert window, or if you had the AI, okay, but let's just say, because it's the same principle, whether it's the AI or an alert window. So the question was, how do I get voice alerts? Voice reading. So if I right click on an alert window, right click, and go to properties, and then go to actions. And then we see where it says play sound. Check the play sound. Set up the sound. And here's your text to speech. Okay, so Angela, it's the same thing. I'll demonstrate it using the AI. It's exactly the same thing. Right click on this window here, right? The strategy trades all. And then right click actions, play the sound, set up the sound, and here's your text to speech. You know, you just check it and that'll do it. And just say okay a couple of times, and then that text to speech will then be attached to your AI window. Okay? Now make sure this is the window that you want, right? You want that window. If you don't have that window, it's the AI/Holly strategy trades window. It's this window right there. Okay? Before I leave this, I just want to make sure that you were able to do that before I move on. Can you just give me a yes or a no? Well, try it right now. I mean, it's not hard. If you have the AI, try it right now to make sure you can do. Okay, make sure you can do it. I mean, it's pretty simple. Right click, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound, and there it is, text to speech. Say okay a couple of times, and that's it. That should be it. No, Badia, no. We're not, you know, it's something we're looking at down the road, but no. In terms of text messages, email alerts, no. That I don't know, Calvin. I know what you're talking about. I don't use B plus. So you might want to ask that question. Oh, it's all good. There you go. Thank you, Dreamer. Wow, RPH. Keep an eye on the GLTO then, guys. Keep an eye on it. So when you say the latest features, I don't know if there's a... Are you talking about what I was demonstrating and all? I mean, remember, it's in beta, or it's in alpha, so it's not released yet. Keep an eye on the GLTO, guys, just in case it finally starts catching up to that ORPH. It has not been as dynamic. I mean, this is really trading kind of on its own. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to take this one if it gets over 6 on some volume. Want to see some volume? Because I just have to think that traders, I mean, you know, they know about this and they know it was all to do with ORPH, and it's just kind of lagging right now. Yeah, there is a video. In fact, there might even be there will be a video talking about the docking and all that. Yes. Definitely. Ugh. It's hard to watch this ORPH knowing that it's really okay. Somebody said they are going to have something tomorrow. Was it Dreamer? Here's an interesting headline on it, though. This was, oh man. This is an interesting headline. Now, this happened early this morning. Yeah, at 4:28 this, I guess. Look at this. Major investor cut stake after retail investor driven rally. Interesting. Probably was going, yes, sir, after years of waiting. Well, how this works is this is a, well, I'm here every day, well, not every day, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You're in a Trade Ideas trading room. If you don't know what Trade Ideas is, I have a lot of resources here on my homepage. Are you a first-time trader, new to trading, or are you just new to Trade Ideas? Well, everybody wants to buy the best trades. Okay. If you're new to trading, then I suggest you take a look at something like this. Watching that GLTO guys like a hawk. Click on my homepage link, okay? Click on that link. Okay, if you're new to trading, then please go to the education section. And I mean, this 20 lessons in 20 days is how to use Trade Ideas. Okay, going over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. But I think what you might want is scroll all the way down and get to the back to basics. This is a video series that was created by one of our guys at Trade Ideas, starting off with literally what is a stock. You might find a lot of benefit for this or from this. Okay, I'm just watching the GLTO guys. Okay, Manita, no more. Come on. I'm waiting on this GLTO. For my Quebec friends, sell the power and they're off. He's the bilingual calling of horse races in Montreal. Jesus, teasing right at 6. Teasing. Okay, so Angela, do you have ORPH? Probably just no, didn't get. Do you have this window open? New AI/Holly strategy trades window. Do you have that open? I mean, it looks like this on its own. Okay, it looks like this. Do you have this open? Okay. Right click. Actions, play sound, check the play sound, see it, check it, setup sound, text to speech. That's it. Now, it's got to be this window. Don't confuse it with the like this one above it. The AI/Holly strategy trade or the window, this window. Don't confuse it with this window. Okay, that looks like this. If you have this window open, new, and you have this one that says Holly Strategy Trades window, and it looks like this, with here are the alerts today, then there's no reason when you right click on it, actions, play sound, setup sound, and then text to speech, and then say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached. If that's not working, then there's something going on in your system, because there's nothing more to do. You set up the sound, for instance, and then you can play it. What you should hear is testing, testing. That's what you should hear. Now, have you got your sound toggle off? Maybe did you accidentally maybe have your overall sound off? Is that possible? You know what? Steve might be able to help you. I've got to take off because he wants to get into the room. Okay. He's not quite there. So make sure you don't have, between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there's a sound toggle or a sound icon, and it's an on and off. So if you have a slash through it, that means you're getting no sounds at all. I'm just waiting for Steve to, Steve to show up. All right, so he's in there. You can probably hear me, Steve. Okay, so hopefully, Angela, that helped. If not, maybe Steve will have a different way of explaining it that makes sense to you. Okay, guys, so I'm going to take my break now.
Test. Hello. I think you guys hear me and see me. Let me just double check with my own feed. There we go. Great. All right, so I heard Barry was helping Angela with some sound settings. I'm trying to see, did you get that solved, or is there still an issue? Let me look back and just read all this here. Hello, Bill. Hello, Iris. Good morning. The only other thing I was going to, okay, now I can hear listening. Okay, good, great. So hopefully you can make it work from there, but Barry does bring up a good point. Anytime you can see it right here on my screen. I'll actually show you. For whatever reason, I've got my sounds muted. I probably don't want that because I do have my price alerts. I use my price alerts, and I like to have them go off audibly. I also have the AI set. See if I go here to history. If I go to actions. If I go to actions, play sound, sound setup. Testing. There you go. I think you heard the old testing. So sometimes I just pop up here and click that mute button and I forget to turn it off. So anyway, hope that helped. All right, guys, what would you like to talk about today? You can talk about anything you want. Nothing's coming out now. Well, again, as long as you have that, I'll go over here to this window, an A window, properties. Now, let me do this more up here. A window, properties, there we go, actions, okay? Actions. Every window is separate in and of itself, so you've got to enable each window. You can do any of them, price alerts, AI, alert windows, multi-strategy windows, but you cannot do a top list window. The T window has no option for any sound. So just to clarify that as well. But every window, every alert is going to be under its own properties action menu. Once you get to actions, you should be able to coordinate how you want to hear your sound. Yeah, so yeah, we just qualified that, Angela. Good. So if you want to hear just the AI, you've got to go to the AI box, click right click in the strategy trades, and you can see actions. You can go right to actions. So if nothing comes out between now and the end of the day, you're not going to hear anything. If you had a window that's a alert window that has things coming through quickly, um, like I'll do it. Let's just do it right now. You see this S&P 500 high low coming through. Okay, let's turn this on, and you would see exactly how it is going to work. So we go to actions, we go play sound, we go text to speech, and I'm going to regret this. Here they come. I'll turn my speakers up so you can hear them.
EIX, AEP, CDW, TAP, PPL, ANSS.
So you can see how that would get a little annoying pretty quickly.
XEL.
Let's go back to actions and turn off of that for this particular window. This window is way too active for something like that. Yeah, okay, good. So that was our common thread there, Angela. It's not a universal thing. You can shut them all off universally by hitting the universal mute button, but to activate them, it's a window by window, case by case basis. Very good. All right. So I had this pulled up because Sean mentioned it. This thing's having a moment. What's going on in the market? Well, we have Fed Day today. If you were not aware, we've had a slow, low volume grind into today. Not that today is really the goal, but there's a major catalyst coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll just be like every other Fed meeting where they try and convince us the inflation that we're all experiencing is not real, and if it is real, it's transitory. It'll be gone soon, so don't worry about it. But I'm pretty sure we're all not really buying into that at this point. So anything could be said that could upset the apple cart today at 2 p.m. Expect continued low volume quietness. Look at the S&Ps here. The relative volume on our spiders is half of normal, 0.46. The market is just doing what it normally does on a day like today, just kind of in a low volume holding pattern. And of course, you've got things running on their own merits, doing their own things. That's different story altogether. All right, so let me know if you have any questions or anything you need help with that you'd like to be demonstrated. Again, what Angela brought to the table is a perfect example of why we do these daily sessions. If Barry's not able to do it, but one of the traders here will pop in at noon Eastern and give you a fresh set of eyes or maybe a different way of explaining it to try and help you. But we're here every 24 hours for your resource. We commented yesterday, look at the action in this solar. Boy, it's been all over the place. Another fun solar stock was Sol, SOL. That thing has been just a nasty bugger. But the action's been really crazy. Let's check in on our trade of the week. That's always a good thing. And another good reason that I'm glad I'm doing Wednesdays now. Again, if you're looking for Michael normally is the Wednesday guy, but we switched. It worked better for both of us, and this is one of the reasons here is we can take a third day in a row look here at the trade of the week, kind of see how the new data is developing and some of the nuances and way in which we can continue to manage it. But this thing gapped lower and never really went lower, just traded higher on the day. What I would like to see for BLNK, I'm still in 2/3 of it. As I mentioned yesterday in the webinar, I took 1/3 off right at the high of that wick because I was nervous. I had too much. It's always a good problem to have when you're in a good one, but you gotta be decisive. So I took 1/3 off the position of the trade on that moment, and that allowed me to breathe a little easier from the pullback. If I had not have done that, I probably would have been a bit more wigged out and more emotional on this trade, but I did, and that helped secure some profits, lighten up the volatility a little bit, and now all I'm really looking for is just to close above this rising moving average. The 10 SMA is my momentum line, so I just want to keep the closes above that moving average, and I'll be happy. All right, hello Ken. Having issue with charts not minimizing back to original size. Okay, so when you say minimize, do you mean like if I click my minimize button here and it goes down to the tray? Anytime we minimize something in Trade Ideas, you can see it goes into a bunch of different windows. So if I try to find that chart, I think it might be this one. No? Which one was it? This one? No? There it is. It was that one. I'll click that one, and it's exactly the size I left it, but I'm not sure if I understand your question. You have to let me know. Minimizing back to original size. I double click on the chart to make full screen. Oh, okay. Double click. Let's try that. I should have read your second question before I went off. Double click for full size. Okay. And then we've got minimize, restore, and close. If I go to restore, the middle box there, it should pop back into place. And it looks like it did. So let's see if you double click the chart. That's not doing anything. So the only thing I can think of is that you're expanding it to full window size, full screen, then double click to go back to it. Let's try that full screen, then double click. Okay, well I'm just going to click the middle restore down icon, and that seems to do it. If that's not what you're doing, try that. Okay, yeah, all right, good. See, this is why we say come on up and pull up a chair so we can work through this stuff visually. Over the phone, we'd be going crazy. I have not heard of that issue, but let's recreate what you did again. So expand and then double click the header bar. Ah, look at that. It did something funky there, didn't it? I saw that. Oh, now it's all messed up. Look at that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's crazy. So what I'm going to do, I can see that would be a pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the old restore layout, load default layout, and those windows will repopulate for me correctly. But yeah, I could see how that would drive you nuts, Ken. Never heard of that one before. All right. No, I don't, Iris. I don't have any new scanners that. Yeah. Coincidentally enough, I mean, I don't know if you were in my webinar last night, Iris, but Andy on Friday had that I like the odds scan, and I was curiously kind of watching along, and I thought, that's an interesting one. I like that one. So I took it and I just modified it a little bit last night, but all I did on the modification was something that Barry suggested. It was take out, and this works for any scanner, mind you, not just the one that he made, that Andy made. You can use volume filters like average, 5-day average volume. I only want to see stocks at average 500,000 shares in the last 5 days, or 10 days, or 3 months. Well, that works well, but if you're somebody who likes to play the action, sometimes the action pops out of nowhere from a stock that only averages 200,000 shares a day. So what Barry does is, and it's a very good practice, I think, is don't use the average daily volume filter. Pop in a volume today filter and just say minimum 200,000. So as long as that stock has traded 200,000 shares, that filter is satisfied, and it should have enough volume today, at least, for you to participate. So I don't really have anything else. I can give that one to you, but I think you already probably have it. But all I did is there. I like the odds. We'll share that one. And I can drop it here. But it's going to be very similar to what you saw on Friday with Andy. I just made that one little change in the volume filter. All right. Let's see if I'm catching up on questions here. I think we got you squared away, Ken, on the maximizing charts. Iris, that's all I got. Nothing new. Hi. Good question, Sahar. What do I think about eyes and what do I think about X1? Well, I want to start off by saying, what do I think about eyes? Did I get rid of that chart? I did. Hang on one second. Let me bring up something for you to drive my point home. I'll just bring up the email. All right, so here's the email of the trade of the week. And as I've been doing a lot lately, I give you guys some also rans, some other things to watch. As if you'll notice, other names to watch closely this week, I had eyes. I had my eyes on eyes. I liked the way it looked over the weekend. And I think it still looks okay. Let's find out. And it does. Let's go back. I'm going to zoom in here and go back one. Well, let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That is what I saw on the day I wrote the email over the weekend. And as I mentioned on another stock a moment ago, as long as these things are holding the line of the 10 SMA, I'll be okay with it. Well, it adjusted, so that line doesn't matter anymore. But the point is, really nice day on Monday, really good thrust on Monday. Took out these highs right there. You see that? You took out that high right there. That's another one of the reasons I sold 1/3 of my blink when it did that, because it didn't spend much time up above that area very long in eyes. Gave some back yesterday, but today, most importantly, it's holding still the 50-day, but it's also holding the 10-day. So this thing is still very much in play. And if I recall, another reason I liked it is this right here. 22% of only 17 million. This is a very low float. Maybe not a very low. We'll call it a low float. A very low would be under 10 million. But 23% of those are short sellers. So we have that in the back of our mind that as this thing moves higher, makes higher lows, the people on the short side, and there are a lot of them, are getting a little bit more wigged out, a little bit more emotional and anxious. And when people get emotional and anxious and fearful, they start to make bad decisions. In this case, they just might decide, get me out. I can't take the pain anymore. And if we can get that collective burst of panic, that's what we call a short squeeze. So I like eyes a lot. Everything there is in play for a short squeeze. You know, even right here, it's not a bad entry. If you're a swing trader and you want to allocate a little bit of fun money to something, you know, not a bad entry right here. You're close to that rising line. You're close to that supported 50 SMA. Interesting area. Let me go back to the second one you wanted to look at. Oh, X1. This one does not look as good as eyes. Looks to be the exact opposite. Very important candle right there. Big rejection wick coming off the declining 50-day moving average, which kind of gives me the overall health of a stock. So the overall health of X1 is not good. It's under pressure. And then as we zoom in more, it broke the 200-day, another red flag, and closed below the 200-day, another red flag, and is now under all of its moving averages. So if you're a short seller, and maybe that's the reason you're asking me, you're loving it. You're in clean air. If you're an investor and you really like the story, whatever the story is, the chart is not confirming the story in this particular case. So you're going to have to just be aware of that. All right, Bill, update on new version coming out. Haven't heard anything. We've been chasing bugs around. There's been a lot of bug squashing going on. I know there was some talk about trying to release that container window version, and one bug kind of begets another bug. Dan has a wonderful habit of teasing things, and sometimes when things aren't quite ready, the tease can go on for a little bit too long, but it is coming. We hope soon. I just downloaded a new developer's version last night. If you're somebody who has a 4K monitor, that was one of the immediate bugs we noticed. There was some difficulty drawing the new graphical container windows for people who had a 4K monitor. So that's been resolved, and then something else popped up. So that's just kind of the way it goes with software innovation. We release it internally for us to bang on and kick around, and then it seems like we found a few more bugs than they were anticipating. So we don't want to launch that until we know most of the major issues have been tackled. All right, good. Yeah, I'm glad you like the I like the odds. You know what I did not do with that I like the odds scanner? I didn't back test it at all. So you know, somebody could probably play with that thing if they wanted to and back test it and see if they're finding anything interesting. Some of the names I'm in right now that I like are POW, This is an ammunition company. Look at how it's just chopping back and forth. Tried to shake everybody out yesterday, and nope, popped right back up. Very strong when it does that. Big, strong reversing tail candle. Bottoming tail yesterday. Back above all the moving averages. Just kind of waiting for a catalyst maybe. Until then, I'll take that sideways consolidation. I like that one. If you know me, you know that my big thesis is long silver. I'm very bullish silver. I've got probably more than I should in my accounts spread out. But I like the PSLV ETF over the SLV ETF. I think there's too many shenanigans going on in the SLV ETF with banks and the way they've been manipulating that. But the PROT Physical Silver Fund is a much more transparent fund that can back up its physical holdings with the share price. So I love PSLV. It's an investment, not getting out. I see MindMed went to lows. I've been along this one for a while. For the moment, the chart is confirming the story still, but the last 30 minutes have not been that great. But we'll see how it closes. As I always say, I want to make my decisions based on the close. I'm also in another silver stock, AG, minor, First Majestic. Look at this thing. It's just kind of sideways. You know, silver's the kind of thing where you can wake up one morning and the overnight market went crazy without you. You just never know. What else was I in? Oh, in Blink, we know that. And that's pretty much it, I think. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Don't have a lot going on. Oops, spiders took a little dip lower, midday. Again, don't forget. Well, this is kind of interesting. Let's look at this for a second. You know, I have another line on my 15-minute chart, and it's the 5-day moving average expressed in 15-minute candles. And sometimes you start to see some interesting things. Let's just go back and take a look, shall we? So for the most part, way back here, a little sloppy, but support. And then it became resistance. And then it gapped above. Then it became support, sloppy support. And we are on that line right here. So if you want to know how to paint one of these, it's a 15-minute candle. And all I've done is added a simple moving average and assigned 130 periods. So if you divide 15-minute candles into 5 days, you're going to get 130 15-minute candles for a perfect 5-day match. And it allows you to draw it in this fashion, so where on your 15-minute intraday charts, you can start to say, oh, getting a little heavy here, but the way this market has been, I would probably expect buyers to start to step in here. Doesn't mean they're going to. We're just calling this a level of interest. This has become a level of interest, and it can tell us a few things. If the buyers step in here and hold it for the next 15 minutes, well, that might be it. But if this thing bleeds right through like a hot knife through butter and starts continuing lower and doesn't find support, well, then maybe that should throw up a couple of interesting red flags, because for the most part, this has been holding for a while here. So what gives if it doesn't? But it's too early to tell in the moment. But this is what I'm looking at, and while I'm with you guys, share what I'm looking at and thinking about. Here comes possibly a wick already, maybe being drawn by buyers. Are probably trying to step in here a little bit and defend that level. All right, let's see what else we got here. Okay, bill update, hopefully coming. I bet that was a nightmare for you, Ken. I'm glad we were able to solve it. Dun, 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 dun. All right, looks like we're all caught up. I'm glad that resonated with you, Sahar, on those two picks. Hopefully that helps. Let's take a look at what the AI is doing today. Well, that was not too long ago. It was a late day entry there. When I look at these AI trades, I look at the 15-minute chart, and I just try and see, first off, forget the stop for the most part. This becomes your stop. The rising 10-period SMA on my 15-minute chart. That's my stop. What the AI pops out there is just a level that has to be reported, and it's suggested based off of statistical analysis. But in real time, we can see that's a nice little supportive moving average there. That's what you want to use as your stop. Short. Well, interesting. Same thing on the short side. Let's forget the cover stop. This is a short, so the price needs to go down. There's our entry, pop back up, but look at what caught the price. Roughly the 10 SMA. So this thing is behaving as a short sale should, based on what the AI is suggesting, and that should no longer be your stop up there. A closing candle, and again I'll repeat that, just because it trades above it for a minute or two doesn't mean get out. I want the 15-minute candle. Your decision should be based on the closing candle price, not the interim noise. What's the other AI? It's another long. Okay, I like this one. I like this one a lot, the way it's shaping up, because again, we can get rid of that stop and we can tighten up our stop and say any candle that closes below this rising 10 SMA, any closing candle, that's going to be our stop. Okay, another good example of the short side, we would have used that as a stop. There's that green closing candle right there, closing above the downward pressure moving average. Not as bad as that. I mean, if you're using that, you're stopped out for a bigger loss. But I'm saying that the price action is telling us, since it closed above and has now spent the last hour above that moving average, chances are this thing is probably done to the downside. That momentum line should have thrown it to a new low. And then lastly, in the AI land, let's see here. Okay. This one, since the stop suggested was way before our declining, that would be an example where I wouldn't blame you for taking that stop. This was the worst trade of the day, it looks like, on the AI. So those are my thoughts on the AI and what it's done today. Oh, so we got some comments, huh? So the spy slipping on comments. Expects a surprise. Okay. Never know why people say the things they say to drive the price lower. Who knows? But we've been waiting for the Fed to rip the Band-Aid off and start to address the issue for so long now. Who knows? Is today going to be the day? I don't know. That's why, I do have a lot of caution, some cash, some silver. I even got, I even have a little bit of shorts, an ETF in another account, but it's really a small size and it's just a hedge. It's the TZA. TZA. Oh, it's starting to pop up. So yeah, I have some of this in another account, but I'm kind of considering it a hedge. It's not a very big position. But I told myself that, if the Fed does come out today and starts saying all the wrong things and the market starts getting a little scared into the close, I would probably double this position. Because, market's just looking for a catalyst. And if there's something out there that people are getting scared of, it doesn't take much to spook this market. It really doesn't. Siegel. Is that Jeremy Siegel? Or is that somebody else? Is that guy still finding a camera? I think he was, the Barton School professor? Whoever he is, you never know. He could just be talking his book and hopeful comments. We'll find out soon enough in about 90 minutes. All right, guys. Questions, panel's open if you want to talk about anything. Well, so when you marry up those comments that John brought to our attention with that technical level, we can start to see that the market is focusing on something, because if it wasn't, I think likely we would have just seen some bidders step in there, but we'll see how it resolves. Again, we got 90 minutes to figure that one out. Hello, Bryce. Yeah, ORPH. I had that one up when we came in. Orphan Annie. Thoughts on it? I don't know much about it. Biotech, so they're obviously, this was the one that just got absolutely decimated. It halted, I think, like 14 times that day. Well, the first thought is, based on that day right there, it should be like nature's red mark on an animal. Beware, I can be nasty. That being said, it looks like the last few days have kind of fallen into line. The most semblance and order that I do see on this chart is what we've got going today here. It's just a nice move higher, and it's respecting my momentum line. So got ahead of itself up here. You never really want to be a buyer on the 15-minute chart when you look up here and you feel like you're missing out at 20, but this moving average is down here around 13. You're just asking for the correction. So be the guy who's patient and wants to play this, but maybe waits for an entry, or the girl, be the guy or the girl that wants to wait for the entry more like that X there. Now, when something gets this frothy, chances are you're not even going to get a touch of that pullback. And if you do, well, then maybe it's not as frothy as you thought in the first place. But when these things remain frothy and full of momentum, they're probably not going to touch. So the closest you can feel you can get to that line, the better. You just never really know when it's going to lift off again. But it looks good intraday. I don't necessarily know the story on this one. I'm sure there's a great one. But for the moment, the chart is confirming the story today. But I'm old enough to remember how this thing traded 5 days ago. All right. That is scary. To me, that's called musical chairs. Or that's, like the scene in that Star Wars movie where they had to wait for the invisible box so they could start fighting again to drop. Because you're just asking to be the person who didn't get out up here at 40 or 50, and then it opens back up and you don't even have a moment to get out. I mean, that's exciting to watch, but I don't necessarily like to play that kind of stuff. So the moment I saw that, and then it opened up down here and basically screwed everybody that couldn't get out at 56, forced them to get out in the 20s, that's just no fun when you're on the wrong side of that. So I tend to stay away from those. But what it's doing today is interesting. You just don't want to be the guy who's buying that big green bar, because it's going to find its way back to that rising moving average at some point. Just recently became a member. Do you guys ever go live and show how you customize your scanners? Well, that's kind of what we're doing right now. You can have a starting point from any place, something that somebody gives you in a cloud code, or you can go to one of these channels and click on the channel and save that to cloud code and customize it. But, trading's an art form, and we're all a little different here. Chris Varley and Chris McKay, they're scalpers. Andy and myself, swing traders. Michael's kind of a hybrid. Jamie's kind of a hybrid. So we all approach it differently, so we all use the program differently. It just depends on really what you're trying to find. The trade of the week this week was basically found by taking my my A-table scan here and just dialing it back, saying I'll take any stock pretty much above, a D grade, which would be a 60, but I want the short floats to all be above 20% and higher. If I make those two changes right there, how does it change my scan? Well, it gives me blink, and there's BLNK, and this is the genesis right here of the trade of the week. This is where this is the scanner that I found blink on, and I loved it because it was high up. I'm double clicking, I'm sorting. All the dark colored ones are going to be the super high short floats, 37, 37, 34%. So let's go through them. Bed Bath & Beyond, everybody's been talking about this one. However, just because it's on this scan doesn't mean it's time to jump in and buy. That's where really my experience comes from. If you look at this chart, there's really no reason to want to buy that chart, but it's still got a high short float. So it's on this scan. So I go through them one by one. All right, SPRT, same thing. Really got ahead of itself. Probably the short squeeze was on this day, but eventually it burns out, and that's why you don't want to chase candles that are very far away from their 10-day moving average, because eventually they're going to find their way back. So Spirit might be one, or support.com we'll call it, might be one that is getting ready to consolidate maybe a day later from now and bounce off that 10-day moving average and have itself another move. But it just so happened that, going into the weekend, Blink gave me the jump rope. The timing was right. I mean, this is what Blink looked like going into the weekend right there. Beautiful trend above all the averages, 3.5, 4 days of consolidation. Touched and kissed that 10-day moving average almost 2 days in a row. That's what it looked like when the call was made. And then Monday, as I mentioned, as it broke out above that high right there, I took 1/3 of the position off because I wound up buying more than I wanted, and it was making me a bit nervous. All that was given back the day prior yesterday, only to bounce back up into play, and we're pretty much the same spot as the entry point right here as we speak. But the point is what do you use to customize your scans? It just depends on what I want to see. All right, so I think it was Rebecca. MX just sold, and so I heard it pop through there on my audible alerts. So there's not one right answer to that question, RTrader339. It just depends on really what you're scanning for. And I like to scan for stocks that have good charts and also have a lot of short sellers in there. Workhorse was another one that's been talked about a lot lately. There's a FUV. EV, electric vehicle. So I won't, if that's something that's interesting to you, the way it's set up right here, right now, I'm happy to share that. A table squeeze, because we really dialed it up there. Hang on a second, guys. I got to reply to this. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Had to reply to that. Let's see what we're doing here. All right. Let's go back to ORPH on your question there, Bryce. You were looking, the short borrow fee. Oh, yeah, 177% and 0 shorts available. Yeah, again, looking at that chart the way it did it 5 days ago, I look at that and I just go, that's a fun show to watch, but I don't think I want to participate in that one. Those comments still spooking the market a little bit. Yeah. Let's go around the horn and see what the other guys are doing. Look at how the Qs, they actually found their 5-day and bounced off of that one there. We found some support there on that one. On the IWM, which I am kind of net short in another account. And I'll tell you what, if IWM yesterday, I called it a stick save. I said, hey, well done buyers. That's a good looking chart right there, the way the wick bounced below the 10 SMA and popped right back up at the close. But knowing today's Fed day and who knows what's going to happen on the close, If IWM were to close right here, right now, that's that dastardly closing candle under a key rising moving average. Whether it's a stock or an ETF, it doesn't matter. This is the kind of thing that would start to concern me if I was long. But again, as I mentioned in another account, strictly as a hedge, I'm short this, only to have some short exposure to the market if things get a little goofy. And I'm doing it by way of TZA, which is a small cap bear fund. So it's an inverse. You can see it looks exactly inverted. The 10 SMA is going down and was held yesterday, but now it's popping above. So being long the TZA is a way to have exposure to, a little bit of seller pressure in the general market. If you don't pick an individual name. And he's been doing really well at shorting Tesla lately, and I might have to ping him on that, see what he's thinking. I'm noticing that it's not even getting close to its 50-day here. Kind of bounced off its 200-day. It's just a real mess here. All the moving averages are getting all intertwined. Tell you what, if the market lost Tesla, and we came in one day and Tesla was looking like this, I don't think the NASDAQ would look that good that day. All right, I think we're clear. Let me tell Andy he needs to look at Tesla. Does Tesla look ready to short again? Yeah, it's going to be, I think, interesting for a little while this afternoon at 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll see what the Fed has in store for us. All right, guys, I'm here for another 20 minutes or less. How's AMC doing today? It was looking good yesterday. Well, AMC is coming up on my intraday 5-day moving average here. You can see how some buyers jumped in there an hour and a half ago and still trying to support it here. So I try not to have too much on my screen, but I can't get rid of that one. That 5-day moving average works well for me. Dun, 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 dun. Take it easy over there. Interesting. I completely forgot about that. I don't know if anybody was in my webinar yesterday, but I started the whole webinar talking about the original alert that I had Trade Ideas build for me as the first user, and it was called the horseshoe. And I forgot that the AI actually does still deploy a strategy using the horseshoe. And what that was I said, Dan, well, let's back up. He called me and he said, Steve, me and Phil are doing a fly-by-night startup here, and I want some ideas from traders. What would you like to see in real time the moment it happened? And I said, Dan, if you could show me stocks that gapped up, right, and then filled all, or if not a portion of that gap, and then the and then word right there, when it goes back to highs, I want to see it triggered right there. The AI was a little bit late, probably from price movement, but that's like a horseshoe, kind of a U-shaped pattern on my 15-minute charts. And it was just kind of funny because I was talking about that yesterday, saying I don't use that anymore. I'm not a day trader, and I don't even know if it works anymore because, well, I guess it does still work.
RBLX.
According to the AI, that one worked. There's our gap up, there's our horseshoe, and there's our alert, and there's the profit in that little green zone right there. Interesting. All right, David. Reminder to new traders to look at what most people would look at. Customize a scan, but if no one's looking at that, well. A reminder to new traders. Okay, this sounds like a PSA. Look at what most people would look at. Customize a scan, but if no one is looking at that, well, it will not move like you expect. I think that's a statement, and I would agree with that statement. Yeah. Look at what most people would look at. Customize a scan. Yeah. If it's something that it's also a good lesson to back test. You can pull something out and back test it and see, if it's working or not. But more often than not, a lot of the scans that other people are using are onto something, and then you can kind of tweak it for something that you want or don't want to see. You can make it more noisy by decreasing the volume filters, or you can make it less noisy by increasing volume filters. Newer traders, a good place to start is always on our channel bar. Pre-market is always a popular one. It's going to show you all the stocks gapping up and trading with volume that are pre-market. Alpha Predator is going to show you pre-built scans that are tracking the things that are in motion today. They're high momentum. Doesn't mean they all work all day long, but they're showing some sort of strength and something to key off of. So you can go into any of these scans layouts and right-click and save that individual scan to your cloud, and then bring it up and work on it and make it suit you. This one was looking good this morning. This is the nature of what I've been seeing a lot of lately. Okay. If I can just draw a line, I think I just got locked up here. I'll make it a price alert so it's easier to see. So here's today's candle. It took out, what was the high? 25.42 on that day. If we were in a serious momentum market where we just keep buying the momentum, this candle would have just followed through and kept going. But they're not, and they're happening in droves, in waves. Name after name break out the level that used to trigger buy stops and momentum, and now it just reverses on us for no good reason. Let's see how high this one got. 25.45. 25.42. So it took out that high by 3 cents. And then you can see intraday here. There's that little push, that little algo push above, no follow through, and then collapse. This makes swing trading very hard because it's forcing you to take quick profits and almost be a day trader when you don't want to be a day trader. But I'm not surprised to see that action. That's very similar to what we've been talking a lot about lately. Hard to get things to follow through. We even laughed about that with Blink having a decent Monday, and then just through it Tuesday was just a complete turnaround day and bounced back. Whenever Andy and I start to see stocks that have a big reversal wick, big topping wick, followed by the exact opposite the following day, a bottoming wick, we used to call that the propeller hat because it just makes you feel like a dunce wearing a spinning propeller hat. It goes nowhere fast, and that's hard. It's a hard backdrop. It's just not the market that we had in October, November, December. So you've got to adjust, and that's one of the hardest things in trading to do is you come in, you find a niche, you find an angle, you create a method, you get some success, and you go, I'm quitting my other job, and I'm looking to buy that second house. Because you think you got it figured out. And just like life, it throws you a couple curveballs and says, well, that used to work, but guess what? It doesn't work anymore. So it's up to you, the trader, to not blow up your account, first and foremost, banging your head on the rock, doing what used to work and no longer works, getting the definition of insanity because it's not working anymore. And the S&P just went to lows there. So that's the hardest thing to do, is to recognize when the market has changed, pull back on your exposure, your risk, reevaluate your methods, and try and ease into what does start working again, because nothing's going to work forever. Was any 6-3 greater than a horseshoe? Is there a link for the horseshoe strategy yet? Let me actually look in my cloud and see if I've ever created anything just using that keyword. HORS. New horseshoe up with score. Okay, so it looks like I worked on this one recently. Let's see what's in there. So it looks like what I did was I said minimum $5 price, stock composite rating. Okay, I don't want junky stocks under a 70 score rating. So I want the C students and above. I wanted a 1% gap, and I want to wait 20 minutes into the day before I start to see these. Oh, there's that average volume. Let's change that right off the bat, since we're gonna let's make that change. Let's change that to volume today instead of volume today instead of average. Volume today, shares, add filter. But again, it's going to be an early morning call. Let's call it 100,000 shares. It had to have done at least 100,000 shares before it completed that horseshoe pattern, is what we're now saying. Let's see what we get. BDRY was the last one. Okay. Dry bulk shipping, it's an ETF. I'm actually very bullish dry bulk shipping right now. TK is that individual name that you might want to keep an eye on. I'm actually going to put a price alert on TK here so I don't lose track of it. That's a shipper. But back to our example. BDRY is a gap up. It filled the gap. Look at how it nicely caught my favorite moving average. And this is kind of what I was talking about last night, was saying that I like the odds scan that Andy got seemed to be kind of catching stocks on their pullback, whereas the horseshoe alert is going to wait for that new high. And sometimes it's a real bitch to get these new highs to follow through and do what they're supposed to. But that's just one. Let's take a look at the entire day here and see what we got so far. All we have are 3. FTAI was another one. Okay, you can see there's the gap up, there's the fill the gap. By the time we got to a new high, kind of ran out of energy. And that's what I've been seeing more of, and I don't really like to trust this thing as much. GLO, what is GLO? No, GLO is, hey, look at that. Look at that. That's the same stock that we talked about the AI caught. So whatever my scan is looking for, GLO was also picked up on that one. Same time, 8:45, 8:45. So, that's really the best I think I can offer you for the most part on this scan. You can do any changes you want. But I don't understand 6 divided by 3 greater than a horseshoe. I don't know what that means. Since it's June, I thought maybe it was a date you wanted to look at. Were we trading on June 3rd? Yeah. But John, let me grab the cloud code for this one. I'll start by giving you that, and you can qualify your question or comment. Okay, June 3rd pop. Well, I'll give that to you to start, and let's go back and look at the history. History. Time frame. June 3rd. June 3rd. We wanted to start at 6:51 a.m. and we'll end at 12 p.m. on the 3rd. This should give us the 3rd, I'm thinking. Let's see here. Why is that not giving me an option to click OK? Oh. That's weird. Huh. Well, let's just do this. I'm just going to do the old history all trick and scroll down to the 3rd and see what we get. There was a lot of them on the 4th. I can see that. Only one on the 3rd, and that was GM. And it doesn't look bad. Let's go back in time and look at GM on the 3rd. Look at that. There's our horseshoe gap. And not bad. It's a quick one, but nonetheless it gapped up, filled the gap, went to new highs, had a good day. I can only assume that's what you were looking to try and get. That's the only thing that came through there, John, on June 3rd, it appears. All right, I'm back to the 15th, 16th. Good. All right, so hopefully you got that cloud code there, and that might be able to help you. I completely forgot, yeah, that the AI still deploys a strategy called Horseshoe Up. And thankfully, we can look at all three of these today. And the AI and mine both agreed on the one that worked, where the other two, not so much. Yeah, that one still might do something. I am pretty. I mean, if you read the news, you're hearing about these shipping container prices exploding, and you know, container ships stacking off the ports, sitting waiting off the port offshore to get unloaded. There's something going on over there. All right, guys. Another couple of minutes, I'll be here. Then we'll call Barry back in. S&Ps are still close to lows, so a little bit of nervousness going into 2 o'clock. Just over an hour from now. Okay. So remember I told you guys I asked Andy if he's what he thought about Tesla. He said I shorted it an hour ago. So yeah, he's been going to the well on that one. He's actually been doing well on an individual name of Tesla, and he just kind of like fades it when it bounces. His original short was back here, made some money on that drop, and then he hit it again after that bounce. And so this would be his 3rd attempt here, it looks like, today. But I know him, and I know he was looking at that. All right, guys, last call for questions before I turn it back over to Barry and sit back and see what everybody else is going to see at the Fed table. All right, guys. Very good. So Barry's back in broadcasting. Thank you for your attention and your questions. I'll see you next Wednesday. As always, going forward, that'll be my regular day. So I will stop streaming and let you say hi again to Barry. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it kind of looks like this. So here's your heat map here. So obviously on the way down, wow, look at this, 46% down. Kind of cool. And then this one, dimensions. This is where I saw this morning. This one was right at the top. The ARVL was right at the top. Amazing that it's interesting that clean is down, considering. I mean, I thought they really only got. I mean, they must be talking about it, but clean is really down. Well, I'm going to give you a big good luck, Poe, on the GLTO. I haven't completely forgotten about it. But it would have to get up to about 620 again. I think I have my alert up. Yeah, 620 again before I will get interested. Yeah, big test is right there. Well, it might have passed it. Ah, son of a gun. Oh, man. Man. Okay, guys. I mean, I know I keep saying this, but you're on your own on the ORPH. I mean, this is fun but dangerous. Okay, fun but dangerous. Yeah, but I'm trading it. Okay, this is obviously not going to be holding. Man, oh man, yeah. Once it took out 20 guys, I mean, look what happened. What would you start, swing or day trade? Ah, that's a tough one for me. I mean, first of all, before you did anything at all, if you're beginning at all, this is what I would do. It's not a matter. It's not an either or really. It's just learning some basic concepts, okay? So I am going to put a link in for you, Michael. Okay, when you click on that link, one of these sections is sorry, let me just back up. So this is what you're going to see. One of the sections is education, okay? Click here. Now this is more about trade ideas, okay? Learning how to, like what the basic features of trade ideas are. But if you go down to the bottom, keep going down to the bottom, back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, I would take a look at this before you did anything else, okay? Starting, what is a stock? And they're very short videos, but I would take a look at this before you did anything else. It's really not a matter of what is better for a beginner, day trading or swing trading. All traders are looking at is this. That's all they're looking at. This big happening of one. It seems like, you know what? It seems like a lot longer, but it is not. And look at the volume coming in. Yeah, those are planes, Paradox. Those are planes. Little lag. If you're encountering some lag, then click on help and click on account and do a reset. Okay, that might help. I'm experiencing some lag, but that's because I'm in this build. Okay, then I don't have it unless other people are experiencing a lot of lag. I don't know how I can help you. Be careful on this, guys. I mean, let's see if this at least 20 holds and pops from there. All right, sticking an alert just over 22. See if it takes that back. Talking about the ORPH. Yeah, GLTO, well, it's over 6, but I don't know why. I just don't trust it as much. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying I trust the ORPH, but okay, well, there is the GLTO. It has come back. Is real right? Am I a fly being attracted to it? Well, GLTO is on the move. I did not take it. I did not take it. Crazy me. Just a minute, please. Yeah, sorry guys. I mean, I'm just. I mean, I should have had this one, I guess, as a quick scalp, but really, I'm really just looking for or pH to see if it takes out 22 again with any vengeance. And if it does, well, you have to do what you have to do, but you don't have to do anything. Oh, boy, it's well, GLTO guys on the way, but oh my goodness gracious. Man, if you can't have fun trading. But this is, I mean, very, very wild. Wow. Guys, well, you know, what did I say? I said if it took out 22, and it did, and then it dropped, and then it came right back up. So, and I cannot, this is not for neophytes. It's not even for me. It's all people are looking at, though. They're all looking at this. Yeah, I'm all wrapped up in ORPH. All right, guys. So, I mean, like, this is not a hold for me. Of course, this is not a hold for me. And sorry, I mean, I have to just pay complete attention to this. I'm talking about the ORPH. What was the other one? There was another Danish stock. Was it? Let me just see. There was another one. No, I'm not talking about GLTO. I'll get it. Just give me a moment here. Oh, good grief. Okay. GLTO still is okay. It's still hanging around that 640, but I'm having to watch the ORPH. Okay, EVAX was the other one. EVAX. Let's see if it is moving at all. EVAX. And the answer is yes. So look at EVAX. Even EVAX is moving. Probably not as much volume though, but it is moving. Maybe it settles. And GMAB. I think GMAB's a little more expensive. Yeah, so I mean, look at these Danish stocks. They're moving. Another pretty big one, I think, ASND. Actually, so this one is not moving. Another one, but it is not a bio really, but LIQT. LIQT is another Danish stock, so it's not moving. It's just the bios. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. I'm totally done now. What a ride that was. But now I'm just looking at so I want to see if this EVAX may be a real sleeper. It doesn't have the volume. It's certainly got the float if it wants to go. Okay, so Angela, yeah, so what you said, the very first one, these are suggestions, and how you trade them will be up to you. There's no video and saying, okay, when you get this alert, you take the trade immediately and you do this and that. No, it's like a watch list. So we have there's a real-time entry. Doesn't mean you have to get in right at the time. You can take a look at the trade or take a look at the chart, see if you like it. If you like it, you can make it up your mind. Here is the stop. How you trade it will be up to you. And as far as trading the options are concerned, I really don't know. I really don't know if trading the options when you get an alert here, I really don't know. I mean, that's like saying, if I get an alert in any one of my scanners here, which are just ideas, does that mean I should trade the options? I really don't know. I'm not an options trader. I mean, you might want to see how many options, you get an AI alert as an example, okay? So you get an AI alert here, RAPT. Have a single stock window open. You can see that there's the option volume today, 10,000, and that's 300. That's 3 times normal. So that might say to you, lots of option activity, but it's got nothing to do with strike prices and all that time, like how long you hold. Will have nothing to do with that. Oh, okay. Yeah, the offer is not over. I mean, I'm out of it now. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with this later on, if I do anything, but I'm out of it now. The GLTO now is probably more of a focus again. Did not get into it after the third time. But, you know, there will be people out there that say, okay, this is a lot cheaper than ORPH. Well, if you're trying to understand the screen for it, okay, I mean, you have an entry time. These are all real. This is all real time. So you have an entry, and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. I mean that's as basic as I can get it, or explain it. Okay, you know, when they got stopped out, they get stopped out, so they close out the trade. This trade is still open because it hasn't been stopped out. As an example. You should have, you know, these different columns. I wouldn't worry about if you have the columns like Holly Grail, Holly Neo, Holly 2.0. I would forget about it. I wouldn't even worry, not worry, but I wouldn't even concern yourself where, like, why are we getting this? Like, from what strategy is it coming from? I wouldn't even consider it. All I would do is just have this, use this like a watch list. You know, sometimes there will be a setup at the beginning, and then it may come back down, and then you might get the setup again, or you might get a setup, and it might move well, and then it might base for a while, and then give you another opportunity to get in if you're using like a watch list. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Click on New. I thought we went over this. AI/Holly strategy trades window. Are you using our app, or are you using the web-based version? Because when you click on this, this is what you'll see. And when I say this, okay, so if you go to New, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Trades window, not the one above it. Trades window. And this is the window that'll pop up. Okay? So you know where the tool, you can find the toolbar, right? And you see where, can you see my screen? I guess that will help too. Okay, good. Now, so it's laid out for you. You know, you got an entry time, you got an entry price, you got a stop price. How you trade it will be up to you. Now, what you can do, Angela, is you probably have a layout up and running. When you save your layout, just save this with it so that tomorrow, you know, before the market opens, load trade ideas, and this will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? Nothing for you to do, just wait for them to happen. Ah, that's what okay. Okay, excellent. Big check mark for you, Angela, for finding it. Okay. All right, so real mention Sage. Yes, I mean I know what was happening this morning. Well, when I say no, I saw it this morning. Yeah, continued. Yeah, I saw it this morning. Right about here, I was wondering, wow, will it continue down? I can't remember if they did a financing, but I guess not. Oh, it's just an external drawing tool. Well, I am not getting any more new alerts, and that's fine. Let my heart rate come down. You're right, the SPY is dropping. So now, a little bit. I mean, the Dow is down, yes. Tech is down a little bit. And of course, FOMC is at 2 o'clock. Interesting to see what reaction we get from the market. Most of the things that we follow will not be affected, to a certain extent anyway. Yeah, real. You know, I don't often do. I've done two. I've done a few, like three. I don't consider the GLTO quite in the same vein, but the ALF trade and that one. I don't typically do that. Whoa, look at ORPH now. So hopefully everybody got out. Nobody's crazy enough to be holding it. Yeah, that's why I'm going to sit back a little bit and not try to go crazy. Well, okay, in the basic new highs and lows, I mean, there's going to be a minimum volume of 400,000, number one. The relative volume is 4, so it's going to be trading really like a lot. So right there. I did see APRI, yes. I saw your, yes. So anything in here is probably going to have a lot of volume. I mean, you don't have to worry about that. Well, again, Gordon, just take a look at the volumes. 16 million, 15 million, 80 million. I mean, But why do you care about that? You just said you've got two scans that are killing it for you. Why don't you just stick with those? Why would you care about anything else? Yeah, so it's just not the way I trade, Gordon. I don't 1 minute scalp trade. But hey, listen, if it's working for you, great. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, as you know, it depends on your limit offset. If you're doing it manually, then it's not as hard. But if you're trying to do it in auto fashion, it's going to depend on your limit offset. As you know, you should know all this by now, right? All right, guys. Whew. Let me just see anything else. So AVXL. So nothing. I'm just looking at my. Here's the last one from the option scan at 11:49. That was the last one that came in. I love it. See, there are not that many alerts today from my momentum. Not that many. I mean, we're just getting way too many. So I'm glad I've added some filters or increased filter values. So not getting as many, which is great. All right, guys. I'm just kind of biding my time right now. There's nothing. I'm not getting any new alerts, so I'm just kind of biding my time, seeing, checking my thumbnail charts to see if ride is kind of moving a bit higher here. Ride. A little bit of a move here. And we have a halt. So Vino was halted a lot earlier and just got halted again. So it got halted up here, and look at this. I mean, it pulled right back, and now it's right back up to almost to the high. And how many? Yeah, 6.7 million in the float. Yeah, I'm not closing the room. It'll be 3. I do see WKME. It was an IPO. Look at this though. Okay, it's not selling off incredible. It looks worse than it actually is. So let me refresh my memory about WKME. See who's involved. Okay, so WKME, there it is. So walk me, whatever you do. I'm sure it's going to tell me. You know what? It is the defining solution. It's the defining. There's nothing more. Don't look any further than this one. This is the defining solution. Anyway, okay, so 9.3 million. So that's not a lot. 31. So you know what, guys? This really didn't jump. You know, there's not a lot of active enthusiasm for this one. You know, what I mean by that is, you know, when they talk about 31, if it's really enthusiastic, you would have seen, you know, 40, 45. But there are some big players. Obviously, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup are behind it. So there are some major players and some of the co-managers, some big ones. So, I mean, you think there's a lot of support, but right now, so what I'm going to do, as always, if I'm ever going to trade an IPO the day of, I'm going to stick an alert at the high right there and see if it takes it out later on. But certainly there are a lot of big guys involved in this one. And it is the defining solution. Yeah, you're on. Somebody asked me about ORPH. You're on your own in that one, okay? It's very, very low float. There's no real news about it. It's just that, you know, if traders get a hold of it again, yeah, it might move higher. But, you know, I can't say, okay, if it holds this level and buy it. You know, the only thing I could say, maybe if it gets over 20 again, maybe. But you got to remember, the only reason we're interested in this is because of what happened 4 days ago and when it got up to 77. Now, this will make Dan happy. See, I mean, now it is over 20, but I mean, it's risky. I mean, remember, guys, I mean, it dropped all the way down to 1864 from almost $24. I mean, but there it goes. All right, so I don't have an actual strategy, a pullback strategy. This is pullbacks from winners, though, okay? So you might want to take a look at some of these. If you go to my homepage, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you go, I just put the link in underneath you, Mahmoud. If you go there, and then you click on that link that you see, and go to the scan section, click here. At the bottom, I've got biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? You can see what that looks like. It's a top list that looks like this. And, you know, you click on an alert and just see what you see. I mean, I'm not saying because it's pulled back and it's a stock that's still strong that you just pile into the trade, but that'll require some charts, you know, some knowledge on your part whether or not you want to take the trade. But at least it'll identify stocks that have pulled back, but they're still up for the day. Okay? Now, how come I didn't take that ORF on the 20 break? I didn't take it this time. Yeah, I just mentioned the ride just 5 minutes ago, and the ride is riding. Look at the volume coming in, guys. So it's at the high of yesterday, I do believe. 1064 is the high of yesterday. Then the next high is 1160. So I mean, if this wants to keep running, it's trying to take out the high of yesterday. Good grief! Again, guys, look at the ORF now. I mean, if you're new to trading, just forget about this one. Because I mean, look what it did. 2 minute chart. So what did it get to? Got up to 2084, and then it just dropped, sunk. Sunk. Sorry, got up to 2135. So it basically dropped $2 in a heartbeat. But I've got to show it. I mean, we're in a trading room, and there are traders that want to take a look at it. So that's why I have to. Well, I don't have to show it, but I want to show it because it's exciting. Yeah, listen, I mean, every now and then, you know, Black Dog, every now and then, though, you know, it is, you know, as long as you have a stop and hopefully it doesn't blow through it, but every now and then, but I'm certainly not recommending, you know, people to try. That's why I don't really talk, I only talk about it because, you know, it pops up on the scanners and everybody's talking about it. Yeah, just turn off all the electricity, turn off the internet, and that'll be it. Well, when I'm in a trade like that, I'm watching it like a hawk, okay? I'm doing the best I can. Luckily, I didn't come close to getting stopped out. It was more, where am I going to take my profit? You know, because it was a couple of times I was trying to get out in certain areas, I couldn't, and then it did come back. Well, there's no news. Yeah, I mean, there's no news on it. Somebody's talking about that in the YouTube room. There's no news on it. Somebody said they're going to be presenting tomorrow something, but I mean, there's no real news on it. Well, for those of you old enough to have gone through Y2K, when the world was going to stop then. William. Yeah, 2 o'clock is FOMC. But there were some, just to really go off track here, I remember there's this guy from IBM, like a very, very valued person at IBM who just went crazy. You know, he was a fairly high-ranking executive, knew obviously knew computers inside and out, and bunkered down and somewhere in a mountain somewhere, and he had a huge following. Said it's coming, you know, and what a fizzle. I mean, thank goodness. But remember, flying. I mean, airline traffic. I mean, geez, it was incredible, really. Okay, William, you're short, obviously, ORPH. I'm assuming you are short ORPH. It's not shortable. I thought it was shortable, I think, earlier for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm going to short it, but really. Well, there was a whole industry. There was a whole Y2K industry. So, yes, we have about 12 minutes to the Fed. Typically what I do, I put a SPY chart up, a 1-minute SPY chart, and just have some fun with it. You know, when I look at a 15-minute chart, Rambus hasn't been too bad. Haven't seen it for a while. Yeah, I mean, it did show up on the option scanner today. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Used to see it quite a bit. Yeah, who's rubber toe? Yeah, AUVI. I have this thumbnailed. Big gap or pop in the morning, up to $13, all the way back down to 983. Some volume coming in, so this could, this and volume coming in, definitely volume coming in. Look at these volume bars here. So there's interest picking up for AUVI. What traders are looking at, they're saying, in the pre-market, it hit 13. Could it come even halfway to that from 11, which would be 12? Yeah, I don't trade. Well, okay, Douglas. I mean, I don't trade. I mean, typically, banking stocks, things like that, will get affected by whatever the Fed says. The even oil and gas, energy sector. I just don't trade. I don't even try to anticipate. I mean, it used to be a far bigger deal, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, you get some incredible whippiness. I just don't seem to get the whippiness anymore. So, but ahead of it, the SPY is moving down. No question about that. But I don't try to guess direction, and then because even then, what I notice is that it might even take five minutes at least before you even have a direction. Sometimes you'll see, at 2 o'clock, the news will come out. The SPY will pop, look like, okay, great. Then it'll drop, then it'll pop, then it'll drop. So I don't even try. Yeah, I'm only talking about our pre-market high at Trader. Yes, I mean if there was somewhere else. And actually, I'm just checking that is the high anyway. I just checked TraderView, and that is the high. That is the see. This is what I'm talking about. So this is right here. So that is the high right there. That's at 9 o'clock. So there was nothing really earlier. I rarely see it that much different, to be honest, at Teletrader. That much difference. But I'll glance at it. How much stock do I put in it? I mean, this is just for reference anyway. Even if there was a higher, higher in before 645, way up here. I mean, I'll always keep looking at this one. I mean, that's good enough for me if I'm going to have a reference to a pre-market high. I don't have to see something that, is at even higher than that as a reference when the stock is down here. Didn't matter. I mean, it didn't even come close. I mean, it's just too choppy. I mean, this particular one, but I'm just finding a lot of choppy action. Look at ORPH now. I suppose it would depend how much volume it was. I mean, it could just be a minor spike high, so I can look at my volume bars and just see. I mean, if it was a huge volume bar, maybe. I mean, I don't look at it. I mean, I know what's up there, but I mean, when the stock is way down here, I mean, that's not what I would be worrying about. It's just sort of a general, okay, there was the pre-market high. Okay, it's at 10. It's got a room to go if it wants a. So even if that pre-market high was a lot higher before at 4 o'clock, to me it doesn't matter. All right, guys, 6 minutes. 6 minutes to the big announcement. Let's see what happens. I might regret this Rambus. I mean, this Rambus is now inching. Well, actually, it's a nice little break here. The 15-minute chart. Next high looking left is 2230, so it's got a little bit of room. Still getting close, and that would be a lifetime high. What do they do? Semi, okay. So now we have no disconnect. We have the Nas down a little bit, Dow's down, SPY's down. No disconnect. Well, hopefully, well, I know Zach can't hear me, but hopefully nobody in this room bought ORPH at 23 and held it. Gotta have a stop. Actually, we have an earnings play. I didn't even look at any of the earnings plays today. Here they are. We have H&R Block, actually. And Lazy Boy. Is that Lazy Boy or is that Lazar? I always... this is Lazy Boy. Could be Mike. Look at Lazy Boy. What a... and through the 200-day moving average, so that's pretty ominous. Big base now for Lazy Boy. LZB. Step, I don't know you at all. This is like an IPO back here. And then there's H&R Block. So we had a couple of name ones, H&R Block and Lazy Boy today for earnings. Both down. Look at H&R Block just kind of got thumped. All right, guys, we are now within 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a 1 minute. Oops, I can do it now here. 1 minute chart. I'm going to take it off. Symbol linking. And call this SPY. And let's just see what action we get. All right, 1 minute to go. So, keep an eye on gold stocks. If you really want to play this sort of thing, but keep an eye on gold stocks, bank stocks. All right, guys, here we go in 20 seconds. And again, the initial reaction is not necessarily the final reaction. So, all right, boom, what happened? Okay, there's your first reaction. Okay, there's your first reaction. Well, that's pretty big. Okay, we'll see. But we've seen it before, guys. When I say we've seen it before, we've seen reactions like this, and then it turns around and it's big green, and then it gets red again, and then green again. So, all right. Well, I mean, it looks terrible right now in the 15s. It looks terrible. Wow, Gordon, are you serious? You don't know how to do that? Okay. Right click, configure, search, type in volume. Okay. And here is your volume today. I mean, that's it. I mean, that's a pretty basic filter. Volume today, add the filter and put 1 million. You can actually type in 1M, capital M, I guess. Oh, on a 1 minute candle. Oh, I see. That would require a custom formula. Have you done one before? Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought it was a. So here, put a script in. This will show you how to create a custom formula. I'm going to put it in tech support, Gordon, okay? In tech support. Okay, that's how you create a custom formula. So go to tech support. I've just put the script in. And then the formula you would use is V underscore up 1. Okay? So it's V underscore up underscore 1. That's the formula you would use. And then that creates a filter. Then you can put 1 million. See, I don't know what you're going to get as a minimum, but it'll be a filter just like any other filter with a min and a max. And you can put minimum 1 million in 1 minute. All right, so now we get a little bit of a run here, just a little bit of a run. All right, so I would say definitely the direction is down now. I can say yes, that first candle, because I'm looking at the 5 minute candle here. You have a follow through. Okay, Gordon, you can see my screen. Can you go click on the tech support tab right here? Okay, so you're now topic, right? So just go to the tech support tab. Click on that and it's right here. To create a custom formula, click the link. Just follow these directions. That's the formula you would use. Okay? Yeah, wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. Let's see if this turns green and then gets right back up here on the 1 minute. All right, guys. Yeah, let's see if this buy if it gets right back up to here. Anyway, I'll take this off now. I'll get back to a All right. I don't know if this is an error or what. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just noticing here this little clock, which is our new way of just changing charts. But I noticed it doesn't have all of them. I'm just wondering if it's just a space consideration. Oops, what am I doing? One, 5. Well, I haven't had one new basic new high since 135, almost over half an hour. This is a bit rare. You're talking about gray, not groy, right? I'm pretty sure you mean gray. Oh, maybe you meant groy. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I don't know groy. Not sure what happened here. This is probably a symbol name change. I can't believe this is an IPO. Yeah, it recognizes K and M now. Yes, Gordon. You know what? Keep an eye on H&R Block. I mean, it's sort of basing right here. I think it could go one way or the other. I mean, if it broke, you'd see down. There's probably some support just underneath 23. So I mean, it's not that much. But if it somehow broke up, it's got some room. It's got more room if it wants to move higher. So you might. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 23.47. See if it takes it out, but as always on volume, right? I want to see if it takes out these highs on volume. In which case, then it could start to fill in this void here. Has more room on the upside than it has on the downside. So, and it's an earnings play. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. Wow, 2:13 already. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, I don't know, Michael, if the live stream is on right now. Okay, a little more ominous now. Look like we're gonna have a little bit of a recovery right back to this level, but a little more ominous now in terms of what the SPY is doing. Looks like H&R Block is breaking down. You would think it would follow the market a little bit. So guys, unless something really remarkable happens, I'm just going to kind of relax for the rest of the day. You know, for me, it's been a pretty exciting day. Another pre-market trade, a couple of wild trades out of my usual way of operating, but so yeah, I'll put myself on mute until I finish. Says that video is unavailable. No, okay, I see what happened. Okay, just a minute. So, Michael, I can give you a link. Somebody in the other room posted the link for it. I don't know if it's still on, but here's a link for it. Forget the first two that I tried to post. For that, Ital Trader. Well, I have to say, guys, this is one of the rare occurrences that we've seen that first reaction to the SPY was the one. Now, I should back that up. That the first reaction was the one. Okay, sometimes that is the case, but typically you'll get the first reaction. You'll get a reaction to begin with, and then you'll get an opposite reaction. You could get an opposite to that, an opposite to that, and then finally, you know, it picks a direction. Here, I mean, that first reaction, it turned out there was never any really opposite reaction. Interesting. All right, you're an Apple guy. I've got my Frontier, my Galaxy Frontier, which I love. You'll love it. In the YouTube room, Ital Trader. Yeah, well, the banks, the banks are reacting, like the banks are reacting positively to what the SPY is doing. So, it might be the inflation thing. So, I mean, I can't tell you exactly why that happened, but I mean, the banks are, well, let's just take a look at the sectors, guys. Why guess? Here we go. So, now, there's nothing that is really, really green, but but at least the banks, here are the banks, XLF, there's the banking ETF, financial ETF. So, it's about 50-50. Whereas you look at virtually every other sector and they're all very negative. But the banks, that's what I'm saying. So when you say what like YBK, it's because the whole sector is moving higher in reaction to the Fed news. And I guess talking about raising rates, not anytime soon, but so kind of interesting. You see, and they're starting to get more. Remember, it was just slightly under 50%. Now it's over 50%. Let's take a look at a bank that isn't doing well. I mean, look at Citigroup as an example. So, Citigroup, though it popped. It's just in general it was not doing good. Excuse me, before the market opened, or not doing well. Where's your English? Look at materials. There's not one positive stock in the materials sector. Not one. 100%. Utilities. And now this is sort of interesting because typically when the market is down, utilities are up. People go to the dividend stocks. Look at this. This is really interesting. This is not typical. There's only one utility stock that's actually up for the day. This is quite interesting. I don't know exactly what it means, but it is it is interesting. Look at consumer staples, 100% down. So this sector status is available to you, not in this format, but it is available to you. Just from the toolbar, click on new and then channel bar and then sector status. This looks so old now. Anyway, it's called sector status. Where are you? Sector status. Where are you? Right here. Yeah, well, maybe H&R Block takes this out right here. It was starting to trend down. But I'm done. I'm basically, I'm done trading today. Good time to ask questions if you have any. Oh, great. Everybody knows everything. No questions. Excellent. So here is H&R Block is actually starting to move a bit, guys. So I don't know. I mean, it's got more room on the upside than it has on the downside. Yeah. Well, I'm going to find out. I mean, Q&A today. I'm going to talk to Brad and Dan. And I'm going to tell Brad that I've been putting it through its paces for the last couple of weeks. Until we had that column issue settled, there was no way we could release it. It appears to have been settled. Now, there are issues. I mean, there's no way, for instance, normally I would want to shrink this column down. Doesn't appear to be a way. I can do it, but then I lose. Oh, maybe. Whoa, maybe. Ah, okay. See, yesterday I couldn't do that. So we may not have any issues at all. The only reason I stretch it out now is so I can see the information from the AI. And I could have put this on its own. Okay, so that actually, that means I want to see how much can I shrink this. Ah, I think we're back, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to, unless there's something else going on that I'm not aware of, I don't see why we can't release this yet, with a video on how to create the. So I'll be in this, again, I'll be in the Q&A at 5 o'clock. I help out, not on the mic, but I'm in the Q&A. But before it starts, I'm going to have a chat with him and just say, listen, what more do we need? I mean, listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, the real reason is for so that you can have more than one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so now you can go to your channel bar, you can have your layout, then you can go to different channels and not have to worry about losing your layout. That is the biggest reason for it. Okay. The ability to create these containers and all, it's great. But I'm not saying to me, that's not the biggest reason for it. It's really to be able to take a look at the different layouts within the channel bar and not have to worry about your layout disappearing. Can you transfer stocks from daily symbol lists? So transfer them where? What do you mean by that exactly, KJ? So here's a symbol list. Okay. So yes and no. So let's just say I wanted this as a symbol list now. Okay, I wanted all these symbols part of it as a symbol list instead of having to type them in. Is that kind of what you mean? Okay, so during the day, or you could do this en masse, but if you saw something that you liked, okay, if you right click, notice it says send to symbol list, okay? Now, if you don't have very many oh, so you know this? Okay, so you know you can create, so you can send it, but you can also do it en masse if you wanted. Send to, okay. So you mean you have 4 individual symbol lists? You have 4 individual symbol lists? And then you want to take every symbol that's in there and put them into another one? Is that what you mean? Traders Elite Pro, no. You're okay. I'll just answer Marcus. The only thing that works with Interactive Brokers is IB Interactive. I'm sorry, Interactive Brokers Plus is Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Okay. See, I'm still not sure I know what you mean. I mean, I have a symbol list here, right? Okay. So I've got my symbol list here, and you know, I recreate it every day. Well, I have different symbols in every single day. Okay, so there's only one way to do it. If I want to get rid of all the symbols in there, then I would go to Tools, Options, Tools, Symbol Lists. You know, and I bring up my symbol list. I do this every day. Where is it? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not in here because it's part of what is called a global symbol list. That's why it's available to you. Pretend it's here, okay? Pretend this is my symbol list that I want to, and so there's only one way to do it. I have to edit the list, okay? Then if I want to get rid of them all, you know, obviously I can get rid of them all just by highlighting them all and clicking delete. I'm not sure there's going to be a simple way. And then if this is my new symbol list that I want to take all the other ones in, put it in, then you know you're going to have to look at it you're going to have to look Control A selects them all, really? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean highlights them all? Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I don't think there's an easy way. I mean, I know what I do every single day. I just have to go into my symbol list. I delete all the symbols. That's actually not true. Yeah, that's what I would do. If you want to keep an eye on stocks for the next 3 or 4 days, I would keep them in one symbol list. And then this is what I do. then I see them in a top list, okay? I attach them, this is what I do. I attach them to a top list window and with very few filters in. Because because I want to see every symbol. But you know what? Even if I have some modest filters, 50,000 share minimum. So this is the exercise I go through every night. Just put a glimpse. This is my top list window that has the symbols that have been. These are the ones that have been extracted from that top list window. So when the market closes, this is what I do. Well, actually, I usually wait a half an hour or 15 minutes to see if there are any earnings plays. But this is what I do. I click on every symbol again and see, do I want to keep it? Do I want to keep this? Do I want to keep this? Okay, because it's in my watch list today, but it did not trigger. But it might be that, it didn't trigger, but it might still be interesting. So I will say, yeah, I want to keep it. I'll go to the next one. But understand that I will have, let's just pretend that this is the symbol list I'm looking at. So I'm clicking on a symbol. Maybe you guys can't do that because I'm in global, yeah. Might not be an easier way, because typically what I do is I can just click on a symbol. But the problem is with your system, the way you guys have it, when this is open, you can't click on a symbol. So, I don't know how many symbols you've got in a symbol list, okay? The idea then is that you might just want to put them in alphabetical order. How many symbols are in a symbol list? Ten in each? Listen, I would have the symbol list for the entire week, and then on the weekend, just take a look at them and see which ones you want to keep based on the charts. That's in essence what I do. I go through each symbol one by one, check the chart, make a determination. Do I want to keep it? Even though, it may have triggered, it may not have triggered. If it triggered, is it still looking good? If it's not, then I delete it. And move on to the next one. And then, of course, I'm doing a lot of scanning with my other scans that are going to add some symbols to the symbol list. But I will admit, I am just typing them in. So I look at an SNPX. I say, should this be on the symbol list for tomorrow? I make a determination. I have one symbol list that I keep organizing every day. Yes, because that's this one, they're called the best WL. Okay, so I look at this every single day, and so there will be similar symbols carrying forward if I like the way they look, and then I add more. So I'll subtract some and then I'll add some. Yeah, I know it's more like an Excel. I understand. It's pretty archaic the way this works. I know that. The only way you can do it is by creating, say, a top list, put no filters in, then you'll see them all. Okay, then you will see them all. But you can't have just like a list on its own, and you have to have a top list window. Yeah, I'm not sure I really helped you. Well, I told you what I do. I know it's not exactly what you want to do, but you're welcome. All right, guys. So before I do go, I'll be shutting the room down around 3 o'clock. Yeah, but he was talking about having different symbol lists. I mean that's how that's how I was going to start. You know, just click on the chart. It'll go into your my liked. Have that one attached. But it sounds like he's got 4 different lists and all. So all right, guys. I will feed you my homepage again. Okay, so here's my homepage. One last look at it. Okay, so you click on that link. You can save the link. Lots of information there. This is what you'll see when you click on my link. Here's how you can take out a subscription. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you're unsure about this program, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with a standard. Okay, be 118 less the 15% for the first month. And if you don't like it, then, that's it. You just say, hey, I don't like your program. Unsubscribe me. Okay? But don't start off with an annual subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do around noon. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, plus my layout. All the education right here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at the 20 lessons. Daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1. The daily webinars. So you can sign up for them all right here. This is the one that I attend today. They are Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. This is the one I attend with Dan and Brad, the co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos are here. There's more of a blurb on the AI and starting trade ideas from scratch. Back to basics. You're new to trading. Great little series, okay? So, I gloss over it. I don't, because there's a lot of information here. So just save my link and then you can look at it at any time you want. I mean, obviously these two have got a lot of information. All right. Yeah, take care. Tomorrow's Thursday already, yeah. Okay, hopefully we'll see you Friday then. Well, D888, sounds like you had a manageable loss, so that's good. Wow, look at the SPY, yeah. Wow, this is a big sell-off, guys. No question about it. Dow's down 360. There's no divergence. I'm still kind of interested in why utility stocks are down. All right. Those of you who know the macro market a lot better than I do. How about some theories about why the dividend stocks are also down? Utilities. Well, I call them the dividend stocks, but utilities typically are up when the market's down. Okay. Thank you, William. I knew somebody would know. So I guess typically if the market is moving down, but not because of potential of increasing rates, etc., dividends would this would be up. We got a lot of smart people in this room. And that's why financials, even though, I mean, it's not like it's a slam dunk. It's a little less than 50% now are up. So it's not a slam dunk. Did I say dump? Slam dunk. And not one ETF is up in the spider sectors. Didn't show you this. This is what you can. Here's my spider sector. Now, why is it not? Must have lost the color coding in here. Because the other thing you can do is you can have little tabs. So if I want to see, you can tell there's a tab. This is hopefully again. I'm going to find out this afternoon if we're going to release this. We may release this next week. You too, William. I wonder what mortgage rates are going to go to. Yeah, 2 rate hikes in the plan until they're not. Well, whatever happens, it'll be another interesting day tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just sort of obviously just biding my time. No new alerts in the last little while. Yeah, that was a little breakout, but no volume. For that to have really broken out, H&R block out of here, probably would have had to seen a big, like a volume bar, like, well, not necessarily that big, but something. There was just no volume that would maybe allow it to continue on in the break. Haven't seen eyes at all today. Yeah, I mean, lots of volume. Lots of volume came in here. The high yesterday was 733, so it's just above that high. The high the day before that was 743. The high 732. So you can see the high over here is 732. You can see this is like a really crucial area to try to get through. But even if it got through that, there's 775. I mean, it really, really has to get through. Yeah, that 7. Well, I'm sorry. This month's high 743. No, I'm wrong. 732, 743. I guess this is in this month here. That is incorrect, Pitbull. No, there's no there's no direct messaging at all. You can't even direct message me. And I wanted direct messaging, at least for me. I mean, I can direct message other people, but the developer of the room said, "Don't do it," because he said what can happen is people will just start direct messaging you instead of just putting in the general, and you'll be all day answering direct, and it's a pain. Hey, you come. Let's see now. You were here 3 days. Tomorrow and Friday. That'll make it a full week. Then you're my best friend. Forever. All right, guys. Well, listen, if there are no more questions, I think I'll actually wrap it up now. Again, this is my long day. Wednesdays are my long days. Yeah, well, this is, I mean, now, okay, it's above 732. The next high looking left is 1067. Look at the volume coming in. Is there any specific news on it? I mean, I know they've been in They've had many press releases over the last little while. They just don't seem to be able to maintain their highs. But maybe this will be the day. I mean, that's a lot of volume. It's not a big float. Probably be on the watch list tomorrow if this keeps up. Ten green candles for AMEH. Yeah, so we don't have that as a green candle, but we don't have that as a green. Some charting platforms may. It all, we have a different way of, with our red and green candles, a little bit of a different way. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Thank you for all the help. Really exciting day. Just get my script together. I haven't looked at an IB chart forever. All right, guys, I shall open the room tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern time. Can't wait. See what happens. See this big reaction to the Fed meeting or minutes, whatever they are.